this out.
On the weekend, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is the politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Oh, yeah. Be playing the Allman Brothers to start off the 6-hour extravaganza in which I take you to the break of dawn, right? Nobody's going to sleep on me. Why would I play the Allman Brothers Midnight Rider? Well, first off, let's get right into it. It's cold out there and the hawk is talking. So let's be very clear that as the temperatures plunge below freezing, they'll do that from time to time. We don't have to worry about the apocalyptic fires of L.A. We'll talk about that later, the case for letting Malibu burn. I mean, hey, look, Hunter Biden's house burned down, right? Wasn't that good? The DEA was there an hour later, trying to figure out how much cocaine went up in smoke. But anyway, we'll deal with that later. Right now, my wife Nancy, Lone Wolf, is out there putting out cat houses for so many of the feral cats who are freezing their shiver-me timbers off. And let me just give an advisory that as it remains in this cold snap, a lot of our furry little creatures are going to seek sanctuary to ward off the cold winds. And so what they generally do is, a lot of them will go right underneath the hood of the car. Maybe you just pull the car into the driveway or it's on the street. The engine block is nice and warm. It's probably going to remain warm well after you walk into your house or your apartment. And a lot of those furry little creatures are going to seek sanctuary under the hood of your car, under the undercarriage. And then they're going to fall asleep. Could be squirrels, could be possums, raccoons, feral cats, any number of these creatures. And then in the morning, you might have to rush out. You overslept a little bit. You get into that car. You crank it up. May not crank up at first. You crank it up. And then all of a sudden the motor's going. And the furry little creatures, they are sleeping. And I don't want to have to describe what happens to them. It's a horrible, horrible situation, either in terms of their injuries that they may never recover from, or instant death by execution underneath the hood of your car. So do me all a favor, on behalf of Nancy, who's out there with so many other animal lovers, trying to get housing for them, or at least to keep them out of Mother Nature's harm's way, because the hawk is talking. Please do me a favor. And when you get into your car in the morning or even at night, just beat the horn first ever so slightly. Or tap on the hood of your car before you even get in there. Bang on it a little bit. And I guarantee you, if there are any furry little creatures who are housed inside, they will immediately scoot, and you'll be keeping them out of harm's way. Is there anybody who quite understands why I opened up the program with The Midnight Rider by the Allman Brothers? Eat a Peach, the Allman Brothers, Georgia, coming out of the state with red clay. It should be kind of obvious, because whereas all of you cackling about the fires in Los Angeles, we'll do that later on. Talking about Judge Merchan sentencing President Donald Trump. I wouldn't even waste my time talking about it. And how the perception of crime here, according to all of our appointed and elected officials, is really what you have to acknowledge, the perception, because what you see, what you feel, what you live with every day, it's not real. We're going to deal with all these subjects and how Dominic Carter actually feels he should have been a lesbian. Oh, yeah, he said that earlier on his 3 to 4 o'clock show, and I don't know what it is about him being so gender fluid. It's like, this guy has been a drag queen, a transvestite, transgender. Now is wondering what it would have been like to be a lesbian. Hey, whatever floats his boat. And then, of course, Eric Adams, Swagger Man, one day after giving his State of the City address on the stage of the Apollo Theater, I would have had the Sandman give him the hook for all the bullschnizzle he spread. Show you how hard he works. He was in Corona getting his eyebrows threaded. I kid you not. Getting it filmed, and so proud as a metrosexual that he was getting his eyebrows threaded. When I looked at this, I said, this guy just doesn't get it. He is the ultimate metrosexual. So let's start out real quick, because I have no idea what it means to get your eyebrows threaded. It sounds somewhat homosexual to me, but I am not an expert on this. It may be, 3 snaps up, something that fashionistas do, like divas like Mariah Carey or Jennifer Lopez. So I don't want to come to a conclusion of what it is, but when I saw the metrosexual Eric Adams laying down in a recliner chair in some kind of a nail shop in Corona getting his eyebrows threaded, I had absolutely no idea what the hell that is.
Yes. I walk around with swag in my pocket because I like to share it.
Could you cognoscente out there explain to me what it means to get your eyebrows threaded? And why the mayor felt it was so important, out of all of the things that are plaguing our city, to lay down in a recliner chair in Corona underneath the number 7 train and get his eyebrows threaded. Let's see if everybody is up in that.
What's the matter with you?
Let's see if everybody's up in that and can actually explain this. Beauticians, nail salonists, divas, homosexuals, metrosexuals, drag queens, whoever you happen to be out there, please assist me because I am an ignoramus when it comes to knowing what eyebrows being threaded mean. Our numbers 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
Perception.
Yeah, I know the perception. We're going to get to that. Oh, my God. We're all a bunch of stunards, right? Hey, no crime.
Perception.
Yeah, I know perception. Okay. So, Mr. Perception, Eric Adams. Mr. I felt it was so important to get my eyebrows threaded. Oh, my God. Get your shoes shined. I can't understand that. But you're walking around and you're getting your eyebrows threaded. So please, for the purposes of edification, I know a lot of things. I've never heard of this. I guess Tony Yu, a fellow metrosexual of Eric Adams, might well know. Broadway Bill Lee, you who are on loan from WCBS-FM, 50 years of experience in this thing of ours, radio. You might know what getting your eyebrows threaded is. But I have absolutely jack diddly squat no idea. And by the way, what the hell does that have anything to do with trying to get this city back on track, right? Now, the most important reason that I am playing Midnight Rider, because nobody has really spent much talk time delving into this, was that picture at the state funeral for Jimmy Carter of Donald Trump and Barack Obama sitting next to one another, slapping each other on the back, on the knees, laughing, having a good old time, and basically laughing at all of us. Really, that's what it was. Now, think about it. Maybe you were a lip reader. Maybe you could tell us what the conversation was. They weren't hiding it with their program, like the baseball catcher and the baseball pitcher do when the catcher goes to the mound. And, they don't want anybody to see, or even the coach on the sideline of a football team doesn't want you to hear what plays he may be calling in up to the booth that's then calling down to the quarterback in the microphones that they have in their helmets. Oh, yeah, they got that now. Never used to have that years ago in the old leather helmets. But can anybody tell me what the hell Barack Obama and Donald Trump in the middle of a state funeral were guffawing about, laughing, having a good old time, and making a spectacle of themselves to everybody else in the cathedral, but more importantly, purposefully on TV. That was purposeful. Think about it. There was Melania to the side of Donald Trump. She had the black veil on, very solemn, the way you're supposed to be. I noticed next to Barack Obama, no Michelle. She was going to have no part of this laugh fest between Barack Obama and Donald Trump that you would have thought would have been like two scorpions in a brandy glass. Now, Trump shook Vice President Pence's hand, right? Oh, we never thought that would happen. And then Bush 43, while going to his seat, brushed right by Trump, didn't say a word to him, didn't shake his hand. You can tell they don't like one another at all. But they made a public spectacle. A public spectacle. They knew the cameras were trained right on them to be laughing. When I saw that, to me, it was like Vito Corleone when he met with Barzini, with the 5 families. Barzini number 2, obviously, to Vito Corleone. Now Obama is number 2 to President Donald Trump. But it's like it goes back and forth. 1 minute it's Barack Obama who's top dog, and Donald Trump adds the fleas. Then the next minute, it's Donald Trump now top dog, and it's Barack Obama number 2. Because let's face it, Barack Obama is in charge of the Democratic Party. If he were to have run tomorrow against Donald Trump, jump ball. He's the only one who might have been able to beat Donald Trump. And what the hell were they laughing about and having such a good time? You have all these lip readers, professional lip readers, trying to interpret what they're saying. No. I'm going to leave it to all of you to tell me what was going on there. Because when I looked at it, it was basically an FU to me and everyone else, like suckers. You really believed all that bad blood we had with one another, right? You really believe that crap? Remember the narrative that was told to us that Citizen Donald Trump went to that Washington Correspondents' Annual Gathering when Barack Obama was president, and Barack Obama was targeting Trump and so viciously attacking him and lampooning him that at that moment Donald Trump made it up in his mind he was going to run against Barack Obama. Remember that narrative? Remember the narrative of, hey, where's Barack Obama's birth certificate? How do I know he's not from Kenya? How do I know he's not from Indonesia? Where is Barack Obama's birth certificate? Remember that? Come on, remember that? And then remember in this recent campaign, here's Barack Obama, right? Who was saying, this guy's the future Hitler. Now all of a sudden, Donald Trump is the cool guy at school, the cool guy who is the future Hitler. And you want to believe that bullschnizzle that goes back and forth in politics? It's all fake. Fake. And that was obvious at the state funeral with the laying to rest of Jimmy Carter, who they all hated. They're trying to make it seem like, Jimmy Carter, the ex-presidents, they really admire Jimmy Carter more so for what he did after his 4 years than what he did during his 4 years. When he was alive, they all hated him. Whenever the ex-presidents would get together, remember there would be Bush 41, there'd be Bill Clinton, there'd be Bush 43, there'd be Barack Obama, and on the other side of the room, ostracized, would be Jimmy Carter. They hated him. Now all of a sudden, we love him. He was really such a great guy. Wish he would have been as good a president as he was a humanitarian with Habitat for Humanity, building houses. Well, maybe Habitat for the Humanity can go to Malibu and the Palisades in California and rebuild all those houses, right? Not. Look at this. One call. Because I'm not talking about what everybody else is talking about. You see, you're so conditioned as talk show listeners that whatever you've been hearing all day, you're like, I got to talk about that. The fires in California. I got to talk about that. The 6 fires that are raging. No, we don't. No, we don't. I'm fascinated at what we saw before us. The 2 big dogs laughing and having a good old time.
There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
And they're going to do it again on January 20th. Donald Trump, my crowd was bigger than his crowd. Come on, we've seen this before. You believe this bullshit? That's why I say don't trust any politicians. It's all made up. They love you 1 minute, they hate you the next, and then in this show of what would you look? Solemnity, right? Is that even a word? Solemnity, ladies and gentlemen, is that a word? Everybody's quiet in the cathedral, and 2 people just having a good old time like long-lost friends and lovers, Donald Trump and Barack Obama. And then did you see Vice President Harris with the first daddy or the second daddy or whatever the hell Emhoff calls himself, looking around like you're in a movie theater and somebody behind you's talking too loud and you give him that dirty look. And don't you know you need to shut up? The movie's on. Harris didn't say anything, but if looks could kill, both Trump and Obama would have been dead on arrival.
That begins with immediately repealing and replacing the disaster known as Obamacare.
You believe that crap? Come on. Are you all suckers? You really think these two guys who pretended to hate one another, because that's what it is. They pretend in politics. Remember, they're all great actors. The best politicians are actors and actresses. Ronald Reagan, right? He was a B-grade actor in the big films. You know, what was that? Bonzo or whatever that. What was that movie with the monkey that Ronald Reagan was with, right? He was a lousy actor. But he put his thespian skills to work as a politician. Donald Trump, he's an actor. Barack Obama, he's a cool operator. He's an actor.
Can I get an amen?
Joe Biden sucks. He's not an actor. Jimmy Carter sucks. Not an actor. I mean, let's be honest. Bush 43 sucked. Horrible actor. But who have been the best actors as presidents? Ronald Reagan, Barack Obama, and Donald Trump.
He's a jackass.
The Apprentice. They bad-mouthing one another. It's the end of the world if Donald Trump gets elected. And here they are having a good old time.
Wrong.
Like Barzini and Vito Corleone, knowing that one another could easily take each other out. But, you know, for now, let's just laugh. Let the whole world see us, because everybody's suckers out there. They don't understand. This is all a play, and they write the lines every day for a new show, a new play, and to determine who's top dog and who's the dog with fleas, right?
Kiss Barack Obama's ass.
Right. No, you didn't say that there in the cathedral. Could I hear that again, bro? Hey, Billy. You people, you're so gullible. You believe all this bullschnitzel.
Kiss Barack Obama's ass.
Oh, but they're there having a good old time, laughing up like long-lost lovers, like former frat brothers. You know, they hadn't seen each other in a month of Sundays. Remember when we went to Drake in Omaha and we were drinking that beer? Yeah, Barack, hey, Donald, get out of here. How could you be so gullible?
We ain't got time to be trying.
Yeah, what was that, Barack?
We ain't got time to be trying.
And remember, Trump would always, with acting thespian skills, say, Barack Hussein Obama. Oh, God.
Why don't we just ask Osama bin Laden, Obama bin Laden, Osama Obama?
Yeah. And all of you out there, well, you know, this is what presidents do, expert. Yeah, get out. Yeah. Are you so foolish? Let me tell you something. You know, with me, I'm genuine. I would never have a conversation with Eric Adams. I hate the guy. I hate Bill de Blasio for what he did to our city. And I hate Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. I will not have a conversation with them. I don't care if you put us in a prison cell. I guarantee you they'll be my Maytag. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The hawk is talking. By the way, how come they didn't have Willie Nelson perform at that state funeral, right? Don't you think they should have had him come out and do Puff Puff Pass instead of incense? Should have been Willie, just passing the spliff. And half those politicians would have shown you exactly how to do Puff Puff Pass. Those fake, phony, fraudulent fugazies. Especially Bill Clinton would have said, but Willie, I didn't inhale, Willie. Here, give it to me again. But I didn't inhale. But let me eat that roach. You know damn well Bill Clinton be smoking that weed like there's no tomorrow. But I didn't inhale. Right, Tony? I didn't inhale. Y'all believe this crap. Y'all believe it. Like when Bill Clinton said, yeah, I smoked weed, but I didn't inhale it. Well, that's conceivable, yeah. They're all sitting there. I'm looking at them all, and I'm saying, the best presidents were the best actors, right? The worst presidents were the worst actors. I mean, when I see Jimmy Carter, right? Horrible actor. When we saw, what the hell is his name? He's not, what is he, gone in 8 days? I even forgot his name. Joe Biden. Worst actor. Bush 43, worst actor. Bush 41, worst actor. But if you had a performance on Broadway and Bill Clinton was starring, they'd all be there. If you had a performance on Broadway and Barack Obama was starring, they'd all be there. If you had a performance on Broadway, the best performer, Donald Trump, right? The place would be packed. They are performers.
Slick Willie.
They're thespians. They're actors.
This has gone on too long.
They're bullschnizzle artists. Come on. But, oh, God, you can't say that. Oh, come on. Did you see Barack Obama and Donald Trump? They wanted to sit next to one another. You would have thought for sure whoever did the planning, Mr. President Obama, where would you like to sit? Oh, I want to sit with my buddy, Donald Trump. Mr. President Donald Trump, where do you want to sit? I want to sit next to my buddy, Barack Obama. But notice who didn't buy into that. Michelle, she wasn't there. And she probably said, Barack, I'm staying in Martha's Vineyard later for that. I am not going to be there. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Craig in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here, WABC. Craig.
Hey, Curtis. Craig on, I guess we have to say on Long Island. Nice to talk to you again.
Wait. I don't need a long title attached to your name. Craig on Long Island. What the hell is that?
I'm not inside the Long Island.
He's a whack job.
What are you talking about, Craig?
So we're on or in Long Island. But yeah, regardless, Michelle Obama.
Chicken. Get rid of this strip, huh? This guy's got to go.
You're a loser.
Damn right. Oh, my God. This is what we open up with? Craig, who was so lame there. Craig on Long Island. No, it's in Long Island. And then he's going to give me a hard time.
She's pathetic.
Exactly. And sounded like he was half stoned, didn't he? Like he was already going to fall asleep. He wasn't going to make this 6 hours. Let's go to Karen. That's right. Let's go to Karen in Queens. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Karen.
Thank you, Curtis. The Ronald Reagan movie, his monkey, it's called Bedtime for Bonzo.
Right, and Reagan was a B-grade actor in Hollywood, right?
Oh, that movie is corny.
Right, but he was a great actor as president, right? And candidate.
I loved him. I was definitely a Reagan man.
Yep, he definitely knew how to read his lines and memorize his lines, Karen, which Marlon Brando could not do. Do you know that in The Godfather, they had to take pieces of cardboard, oak tag, print out the words when he would be doing his lines, you know, with Michael Corleone or Sonny Corleone in big block letters. So that's why you would see him. He'd be twisting his head and be looking, and he'd be reading his lines. He couldn't remember anything.
I believe they also stuffed cotton or something into his mouth.
Yeah, maybe there was some other things that were in his mouth. I don't want to go there. You know, Wally Cox. Remember Wally Cox? What was that on what was that?
He was doing those commercials.
Yeah,
some kind of soap or something.
Yeah, Wally Cox on Hollywood Squares. Remember Wally Cox? That was his boyfriend. Did you know?
I did not know that.
Oh, you learn a lot here. You know, you learn a lot from me, Karen.
That's why I'm staying up with you.
Yeah, how else can I patronize you right now, Karen?
Okay, you wanted to know about eyebrow threading.
Yeah, now, by the way, just to set it up, yesterday, Eric Adams said, I'm going to go back to being mayor. I was mayor of the illegal aliens for 3 years. I gave them everything. But my final year before they put me in jail, I'm going to actually do what a mayor's supposed to do. So day number one, after he goes to Corona, he's laying back in this recliner chair and getting his eyebrows threaded. And I'm like, what the hell is that?
Okay. Well, it's really inexpensive. In fact, usually that's a tie-in because they want you to buy something else while you're there. But you may know it as eyebrow tweezing, only they do it using pieces of, like a thread, like it looks like dental floss. And it will clip the hair at the roots and even the brows out, because when you do them by yourself, it's hard to get them even.
You mean he wasted our time by us having to observe him get his eyebrows threaded?
That's correct, but it was our choice to follow him around.
That is correct, but he, instead of him wanting to show you, this is what I'm going to do in Corona, this is what I'm going to do in Corona. I'm going to do what I always do, which is indulge myself, this time with eyebrow threading. By the way, does this make him a metrosexual like our own Sid Rosenberg?
I think I would buy into that. I would definitely buy into that. But, you know, he was in Corona, and I said they always try to throw you extra services, and that's very close to Jackson Heights, Roosevelt Avenue.
Now, let me ask you a question, Karen. Your voice, very sultry. You a gravel Gertie? Were you a Chesterfield queen when you were growing up, 2 packs a day?
Well, thank you for the compliment. I admit I'm a T-girl.
A what?
I'm a T-girl since 1955.
What the hell does that mean?
I knew I was going to throw you off the chair.
I'm telling you, I don't.
I was walking around and everyone was staring, and I was like, oh, okay, what's going on? And they were all staring directly at my crotch. And I went, oh, I forgot that my crotch doesn't look like other women's crotches sometimes, because mine doesn't look like a little Barbie pocket.
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Don't wait. You know, I don't want to muscle in on Dominic Carter's action, but basically, when I listen to Dominic Carter 3 to 4 in the afternoon, Monday through Fridays, and at night 12 to 1, there is a series of transgenders, drag queens. Today he was talking about how he wanted to be a lesbian. Am I stealing him from his program?
Maybe, folks, maybe I should be a lesbian, but
you see what I mean? You see what I mean, Karen?
Yes. No, Dominic is quite nice to the community, and several of my friends are his regular callers.
I know, and I feel like this is wrong. I'm like stealing from his show, Karen. So you don't mind the fact that I'm borrowing you from his show?
Not at all, because he's going to love it, because you took the time to give his show one more plug.
Oh, multiple plugs. I'm going to do a whole hour later on this. But Karen, as a mayoral candidate, Should I
voted for Curtis.
Oh, thank you, and please do it again. But as a mayoral candidate, I spent a lot of time at 74th and Roosevelt, 110th, 103rd, underneath the number 7 train on the way to Citi Field, where I'm forced to speak Spanish because English is not even a third language, fourth language. Oh, I see, Karen, you're a heavy breather, too. Karen, that breath of yours was very sultry also, I might add.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I just walked across the room, and I guess that was I was picking up speed.
I understand. So, would you suggest that now that Eric Adams has exposed to the world that he gets his eyebrows threaded, that I should do it likewise and get my beret threaded?
I don't think I would touch the beret.
Yeah, it's kind of toxic. You might have to have a hazmat suit. People, they look at my beret and they say, God, how much bacteria is on that thing? Where have you had that beret? I really feel bad here, Tony. I'm stealing from Dominic Carter's callers. Like half the callers to Dominic Carter, they're either transgenders, transvestites, cross-dressers, drag queens, gender fluid, and now, after he announced earlier today he wants to be a lesbian, all the lesbians, Katie Couric, was it? You want to kiss a girl? Who is that? Katy Perry. I'm sorry, Katie Couric. I know it wasn't you, but I feel I violated Dominic Carter there by talking to Karen from Queens.
With the stroke of my pen on day one, we're going to stop the transgender lunacy.
Yet, Dominic Carter loves Donald Trump. And yet he says he can identify with transgenders. Yeah, he's very confused, Dominic. Hey, look, some people, Karen knows who she is. She said she's a T-girl since, what was that, 1955? What the hell? I was born in 54. Oh, 65, excuse me. Man, she's an old tranny, isn't she?
Being a trans girl working at Hooters is literally the most bizarre thing in the world. Like, the dichotomy of infiltrating the space of the straight white male gaze as a trans woman is just so insane. Like, I've literally had customers straight up say the most transphobic rhetoric to me, not knowing that I was trans, and I'm just like, okay, period. Like, what else do I say? Just seeing how open people are with their prejudices is so insane. I don't know. I'll never get used to it. Ever.
Is that who would be threading my eyebrows? I'm not familiar with this. I'm sorry. I get everything else. The Botox, the roids, I get it. That's it, metrosexual. But I think Eric Adams was trying to outdo our own Sid Rosenberg as to who was the number one metrosexual in all of New York City.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
What are you, like Stevie Wonder? You can't see here, Broadway Bill Lee? I asked for a little Ray Charles, okay? What the hell is wrong with you? That ain't Ray Charles. You must be Stevie Wonder, huh? Or you must be like my husband-in-law, Governor David Patterson.
I must tell those who failed to report for duty this morning, they are in violation of the law, and if they do not report for work within 48 hours, they have forfeited their jobs and will be terminated.
The air traffic controllers. Yeah, you had the president arrested. I remember that. Tough Ronnie, right? Our best presidents in our lifetime have been the best actors.
Georgia.
The worst presidents, the worst actors.
Georgia.
Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter,
The whole day.
Joe Biden. Bush 43,
Just an old
Bush 41. The best actors, without a doubt. Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Donald Trump.
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Yeah, sorry, man. You're a perv. I mean, let's face it. He's a perv, Joe Biden. Boy, don't leave him alone with a room of little kids.
And by the way, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
He loves kids jumping on his lap. What a freak. What a pervert. And here they were for the state funeral of Jimmy Carter, who nobody liked. Nobody liked this president. He got wiped out by Ronald Reagan. Nobody liked him. Oh, they loved him in death because he built houses for the poor. But hated Jews. Yeah, well, okay. Well, he was okay. He was a good anti-Semite. He built houses for the poor. They're all sitting there, and you know what they were thinking about Jimmy Carter as they sat there. Very solemn, very quiet, very dignified. The best one was President Donald Trump's wife. She, the veil, stoic. That's the way you're supposed to be at a funeral. Donald Trump and Barack Obama, it's like they were at an Irish wake, a Polish wake, laughing, hollering, hooting, recalling old times. Remember when I called you Hitler? Remember when I said, you're not an American? Where's your birth certificate, Barack?
Is there anything they could throw at you legally that would convince you to drop out of the race? If you get convicted in this case in New York,
no, I'd never
drop out.
I'd never do it. It's not my thing. I wouldn't do it.
Come on, they played us. They played us like Dunkin' Yo-Yos. Walk the dog, put you to sleep. That scene of them laughing their ass off at a solemn funeral said it all. Like, hey, don't you realize I was top dog, he's top dog, he's back to being top dog, I'm number 2, I run the Democratic Party. So it really doesn't matter what the rest of you people think or what you do. Just understand, once we walk out of these hallowed halls of this cathedral, we'll be back at one another. Just don't take it seriously. Oh, serious. If you really hated and loathed and despised each other, would you have been laughing and guffawing and backslide? Come on.
I'd like to start by answering the question that's on everyone's mind. Yes, this is real life. This is really happening. On January 20th, I, Donald J. Trump, will become the 45th President of the United States.
And remember, his crowd was bigger than Barack Obama's crowd. Are we going to have that for another week? Are we going to have that for a week after January 20th? Did you see my beautiful crowd of MAGA supporters? My MAGA supporters was bigger than the Barack Obama supporters. Really? We can see it all coming down the lane, and everybody, well, that's Donald. That's Donald.
We are sitting on top of liquid gold. We have 500 years worth of energy at our feet, and we make it clean, and natural gas, which is clean. But we have years. We have such more than anybody else, more than any country.
Yeah, I know. Black gold, TNT. We saw that.
We are sitting on top of liquid gold. We have.
Yeah, Buddy Epson. Remember the Beverly Hillbillies?
We are sitting on top of liquid gold.
Jed Clampett, remember? And, of course, Granny. Granny who looked like that police superintendent in New Orleans. Oh, my God. Well, yeah, Buddy Epson. Jethro, right? I think. No, I'm confused. Jed Clampett, whatever. Hey, but there was the daughter there. What the hell was her name? Ellie Mae, right? She wore those Daisy Dukes, Ellie Mae, right? Oh, boy, Did she fit into those Daisy Dukes? Oh, my God. By the way, have you seen her of late? If she gets another facelift, her face will snap like an old rubber band. I don't know. What do you mean she's dead? Well, of course. If you're a cadaver in formaldehyde and you get another facelift, that's it. Oh, my God. And we all got taken. We all got played for suckers by Donald Trump and Barack Obama, this so-called hate of one another. And it was all on public view. Basically, F you. Right now, Barzini is Barack Obama. Vito Corleone is Donald Trump. And those roles can change as they have before. And we'll all be the suckers who have to pay our taxes, listen to them cast aspersions against one another, and then just hug and backslap and have a laugh at our expense. Right here at WABC, our place to be.
I said just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. Have I sinned because in my heart the case for letting Malibu burn is sin signified by the fact that Hunter Biden's house has burned to the ground and the DEA has gone in there with hazmat suits because of the amount of cocaine that they feel went up in smoke. Is that wrong to be happy for that, ladies and gentlemen, that out of all those, as Trump would say, those beautiful houses in the Palisades in Malibu, the one house that I was thrilled to see got burnt to the ground was Hunter Biden's. And then to find out that he did not have insurance on that house. Oh, glory, hallelujah, hallelujah. We'll get to that later on. Look, Cali talk, that's all they're all doing. They know nothing about the place, but they all weigh in. Everybody, our listeners, they're all experts on California. You know, Hollywood Hills, they're experts on the Palisades, experts on Malibu, even though most people contributing to the conversation have never been there. I've spent a lot of time there. We'll talk about it later. We got some other things that are far more relevant to us here than the left coast. And that is the key word, right? What is the key word in New York State and New York City by these officials that some of you worship and adore? Perception. It is your perception that there is high crime. It is your perception that people have been lit up like a torch in the subways. That's right, Tony. It's your perception of that guy staring into his cell phone was pushed in front of that train. Perception. Because you see, you're all sheep. You can't think for yourselves. These are both the Republicans and Democrats. They really don't think you're smart. They really think you need to be manipulated for your own good, because if left to your own measures, you would be self-destructive. You wouldn't be able to function. You need them. You need a deity. You need somebody that you can follow to the ends of time. Like Donald Trump, like Barack Obama. You need that. And without it, you just can't function.
Perception.
That's why I trust people. I don't trust politicians. I'm the only one here who says it. Here, you're either on one team or another team. Hey, that's our team. Well, what team? I'm on the team of the people.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Perception.
Ready to go. Ready to go.
Who's got the best music? They can't touch this, James Golden. Perception, yeah. Ready to go. Republica. Let me hear it.
One week is another one. Big mouth, jump out. You get what you deserve. You're strange inside. One thing you can never change.
Shout it out. Perception. Perception. It's all we've been told. It's all in our minds, ladies and gentlemen.
Perception.
That the crime that you see in the subways, in the streets, the shoplifting, the porch pirates, the package theft, people being hit in the head, stabbed, shanked, pushed in front of trains.
A safe subway system. Transit police officers, they have done their job. What we must do is remove the perception of fear. Cases like this aggravates the perception of fear.
What the hell does that mean? Break of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to go and drive through all this flotsam and verbal jetsam that comes out of the mouths of politicians because they lie. And then they tell us what we feel, what we see, what we experience. It's all in your mind. It's all a perception.
Perception.
And they expect us to just, okay, it's a perception. Maybe you'll give us a drug for that so we can actually see what all of you see, because you freaking lie to us. Morning, noon, and night. You cook the books. You lie. There's no other way of describing it. And they can stand there all filled with brim and vigor and stare into a camera after they cook the books and the stats and tell us that what we have experienced is all in our mind. It's our imagination. That's right, Broadway Bill Lee and Tony. The crime that you see in the subway, the crime that you see in the streets, it doesn't exist. It's your perception.
Perception.
And they use that word constantly, and they trade it because they talk with one another and they say, well, you say it's perception, I'll say it's perception. But what's interesting is when they give their cooked stats, they all give different stats. She said, well, whose statistics are you looking at? Kathy Crime Wave Holcomb, she says subway crime is down 42%. Eric Adams, you say it's 8%. So what is it?
The city is not surviving. The city is thriving.
Yeah. Let's give them all drug tests, right? Can you imagine being this city as we speak today, that somebody would be so delusional to say that not only are we surviving, we're thriving? I would want to take them for a psychiatric observation of Bellevue, and they would be committed. They'd be committed. Can I hear that again? I want to hear this bullschnizzle again.
The city is not surviving. The city is thriving.
And he says that with such conviction. You know, it's like, I don't know what the rest of you are looking at and feeling. We're not surviving. We're thriving.
The city is not surviving. The city is thriving.
Problem is, nobody else mimics what they say, right? You don't see people in the street saying, hey, well, I guess it's my perception.
Perception.
We're really thriving, not surviving.
Perception.
Oh, God. So let's go through the laundry list of liars. And again, you'll understand, while I don't trust anybody in government, I don't trust any politicians, I know for some of you it's a team game, it's tribal. You trust only your team, right? Oh, the Republicans, they never lie, right? Oh, no, that's our team. That's our guys and gals. And then Democrats, the same thing. Oh, no, our team, they don't lie. And by the way, if we lie, it's for a purpose. It's for the better good when we lie to you, because you can't handle the truth. Remember that scene, Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson, when he's on the witness stand and Tom Cruise is cross-examining him and getting right in his face, right in that military tribunal, and then finally, with the anger and the venom dripping from his lips, Jack Nicholson says, yeah.
You can't handle the truth.
Isn't that what our politicians are saying to us, really? We can't handle bad news. So just give us good news.
You can't handle the truth.
Because we're all good news bears. If you give us bad news, we get bad news every day in our lives at the job. We somehow are able to survive against all odds. But when it comes to our politicians, Republicans and Democrats, they actually meet. Now, you know how I know I've been part of those meetings. We can't tell them the truth. They can't handle the truth. They might start rioting. My God, they may actually vote us out of office if we told them the truth. Heavens to Betsy. They can't...
You ordered the code red. I did the job. Did you order the code red? You're goddamn right I did.
Yeah, I know you want to talk about California. We'll get to it, but in a different way than everybody else. I don't do the same kind of talk radio. I mean, that's boring. You know, I got to tell you, at times I'm listening to our own station, the number one station in the nation, coast to coast, number one at night around the world. And I've listened to like 3 programs in a row, and they all sound the same, like parrots.
Perception.
And I say, you know, it's time for me to listen to my electronic dance music. That's it.
Perception.
I know it's my perception. You know?
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
That's what our politicians think of us. We can't handle the truth. Yet, in your day-to-day lives, you handle the truth every day. Don't you understand? You're sheep. You need a sheep herder. They truly believe that they have sacrificed themselves for you. They've given up riches and wealth. They're doing selfless service because of you, instead of being self-serving. Don't ever accuse them of being that. Oh, no. You know what? We gave up a career in business, a lawyer's salary at a prestigious law firm where we could have been making millions, and instead, we're here to serve you. Remember the last guy who came down from a flying saucer and said he was here to serve mankind? Oh, my God. How can we be so stunad? They bank on it. They really bank on the fact that we will not remember what they said 5 seconds ago, 5 minutes ago, 5 days ago, 5 weeks ago, 5 months ago, 5 years ago. They really do. I've been in discussions, ladies and gentlemen, with Democrats, with Republicans. Curtis, don't you know the public is stupid? You tell them anything, they'll believe it.
Please, Mr. Chambers, eat. We wouldn't want you to lose weight.
Yeah, don't use that Ozempic. Please.
How about you? You still on Earth or on the ship with me? Well, it doesn't make very much difference because sooner or later, will all of us be on the menu?
Exactly.
All of us.
All of us. All of us. They pick our pockets. They spend our money. They raise the debt. They raise the deficit. Oh, no worries. And then you raise your hand. Can I do that with my own personal expenses? No. You do that, we'll foreclose on you. You'll be out in the street.
Respectfully submitted for your perusal, a Canamet. Height a little over 9 feet. Weight in the neighborhood of 350 pounds. Origin unknown. Motives? Therein hangs the tale. For in just a moment, we're going to ask you to shake hands figuratively with a Christopher Columbus from another galaxy and another time. This is the Twilight Zone.
Ah, yes, Rod Serling. Politics is the Twilight Zone. They all lie. No. Don't call it lies. It's white lies. It's embellishments. But we're doing it for your own good. Because you can't handle the truth, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why we have been in a field littered with the words perception. For instance, let's go to that knucklehead, the MTA chairman, who makes $400,000, the money-taking agency. He gives contracts out to his own cronies, in which they make millions of dollars in kickbacks. He can't run the subways. He can't run the buses. He's imposed congestion pricing on us, and he said, you should be happy. And now, when he's asked about all the crime in the subways and on the buses, he says, you know something? It's all in your head.
Last year, we were actually 12.5% less crime than 2019, the last year before COVID. But there's no question that some of these high-profile incidents, terrible attacks, have gotten in people's heads and made the whole system feel less safe.
Gotten into our heads. Let's see, a woman burning like a torch.
Perception.
A guy getting pushed into a incoming train.
Perception.
And it's all in our heads.
Perception.
Because you're little people. Just pay your taxes, pay your congestion pricing. Don't give us a hard time. We know. Look, we got 2 sets of books, just like in business. There's a set of books for us, so we know how we screwed you. And then there's a set of books for you, so you believe what we tell you. Just shut up, pay your taxes, don't complain, and be grateful that I, your MTA chairman, gave up a fabulous career in the private sector. I could have been making millions of dollars. And look at what I've done for all of you.
Last year, we were actually 12.5% less crime than 2019, the last year before COVID. But there's
Now, it's true, I never take the subways myself. What are you, crazy? It's true, I have 8 MTA, money-taking agencies, armed police officers with me 24/7, 365. That's true. That you pay for my limo, that's true. But do you know how much sacrifice I do to help all of you by running the subways and the buses right into the ground? And when you dare question our statistics, it's all in your head. It's all in your freaking head.
Last year, we were actually 12.5% less crime than 2019, the last year before COVID. But there's no question that some of these high-profile incidents, terrible attacks have gotten in people's heads and made the whole system feel less safe.
And he believes this bullschnizzle crap. He's a good actor, right? He memorizes his lines. Kathy Crime Wave Hochul, the governor, the grifter, her and her husband, any contract they can grift on, they're there, right? They'll pick their bones clean in the Mojave Desert like buzzards, like vultures. She signaled. Crime is down by 42%. You see, they can't even get on the same page. But it's all in our heads.
I'm on the subway train heading out to Queens Center. I have a lot of, not quite last minute, but I have holiday shopping to do. I've got an adorable 2-year-old granddaughter, so it's a lot more fun to shop. I can take the subway wherever we need to go. And I want all New Yorkers to feel safe, which is why we've added so many more National Guard, over 250 more people that'll make sure that your ride is as safe as it can be.
I never see the National Guard. I'm down there all the time. I've never seen. I saw 2 National Guardsmen at Broadway Junction, East New York, hiding by the token booth on the other side of the turnstiles. They can't do anything. They're like mannequins. That's it. I haven't seen any others. But let's come to the person that everyone admires. Pastor Grey-Poole Pone. Jeeves, fetch me my stretch limo here. I'm ready to walk a beat. Her name, Jessica Tisch, elevated to be our police commissioner. And so many of you are saying, oh, look, she's giving One Police Plaza a badly needed colonic. She's getting rid of all the chocolate that Eric Adams put in place. The DEI crew. Oh, isn't she doing a great job? And then she comes before us the other day, after walking her beat from the Metropolitan Museum to her townhouse. It's between the billionaire Bloomberg and Elliot, the freaky deaky Spitzer. Oh, yes, lives in a very tough neighborhood, yes. And she sits down because she's the puppet of Eric Adams now, and she tells us that crime is down.
Overall, index crime in 2024 was down under Mayor Adams' leadership, with reductions in 5 of the 7 major crime categories. Lady, are you crazy? Can you play that again? And notice how she defers to Eric Adams as if, the great Eric Adams. Overall, index crime in 2024 was down under Mayor Adams' leadership, with reductions in 5 of the 7 major crime categories. Now, what would happen if she told the truth and said, Eric Adams gave me this to read, but, and then she just rips it up. But it's all lies. You think he's going to fire her, the 4th police commissioner, in 3 years? It's over for him if he does that, right?
Perception.
She could pretty much do anything now. He can't get rid of her. But then again, she has to earn her police commissionership. It's all part of the deal. Remember, damn Yankees? Remember how the Washington Senators had to make a deal with the devil in order to beat the Yankees and get into the World Series? Remember that? It's the same thing here. Jessica Tisch made a deal with the devil. And that is to repeat all the lines she's given by the Eric Adams administration when it comes to crime.
Major crime in our transit system was down for the second straight year in 2024, decreasing 5.4% compared to 2023.
What? First of all, lady, how would you know? You've never taken the subway. Come on, let's be honest. Jessica Tisch, you've been driven around in stretch limos your whole life. You're the heiress to a $12 billion Tisch fortune. Your Tisch family, they love you. That's why they don't let you ride the subways.
I want to be very clear. The subways will always be a bellwether for the perception of public safety in New York City.
God.
Declining crime numbers are significant, but we still must do more because people don't feel safe in our subways.
Perception.
She repeated the mayor almost word for word, and he's sitting right next to her. She got no choice. Why couldn't she have that press conference by herself? Why did the mayor have to be there, the real police commissioner? That's why the police department is in disarray. It is no longer the best police department in the world. That's obvious. And we're no longer the number one city in the world. That's obvious.
The city is not surviving. The city is thriving.
Yeah, sure. If you were an average person, just imagine an average person walking around the streets, not disheveled, not mumbling, but saying this, people would call up 911. Please, could you send an EMT? This guy needs a psychiatric observation. And then, if you were actually going around, Jessica Tisch, Eric Adams, Kathy Crime Wave Holcomb, MTA, money taking agency chairman, and saying crime is down, they would take you for psychiatric observation. They would, if you were an average citizen. And yet they feel that they can continue to tell us, like Jessica Tisch, that the subways will always be a perception of crime. Could you play that one over again? She says it so well, and so many of you, oh, Jessica Tisch, that's 27. Jessica Tisch. Oh, she's so good. She's doing so.
I want to be very clear. The subways will always be a bellwether for the perception of public safety in New York City. Declining crime numbers are significant, but we still must do more because people don't feel safe in our subways.
And why is that? Because it's all in their head.
The average New Yorker would believe that they're living in a city that is out of control.
Yep.
That is not the reality.
No.
And we know that we are doing a good job in fighting crime, as the numbers would show. But we must deal with the perception that many New Yorkers feel.
And he said that while getting his eyebrows threaded.
New York is a freaking mess.
In Corona, Queens. He's laying back on a recliner chair. Some woman is threading his eyebrows.
Perception.
And he's telling us, everything's great. What are you complaining about? Come on. Look, I got time to actually, max and relax and get my eyebrows threaded for the world to see. I don't have a concern in the world. Look at me. Nobody's bothering me in this reclining chair. Excuse me, got 12 cops around you with guns, And some of you actually believe this bullschnizzle.
Perception.
They all lie. Breaking news, all politicians lie. And they will tell you the public can't handle the truth. If we were to admit that we're not doing the job, that we can't do the job, they might actually replace us. They might actually elect other people into office. So let's continue to lie. Because we have friends in high places who will not move to remove us, but will figure, hey, if we swap out one for the other, they're all liars anyway, right? Isn't that the basic contention of people? They all lie, they all steal. It's a degree of how much lying, of how much stealing. Isn't it a sad moment that we've gotten to this point where we acknowledge that our politicians all lie to us? It's a matter of the degree of lying and that they're all thieves. It's a question of how much they pick our pockets. Maybe if they leave us a little change so we can get a cup of coffee that now costs more than it ever did since Jimmy Carter was president in 1977. Please, just leave me a little change in my pocket for a cup of coffee.
Crime is not surging in the subway system. You know, we have some high-profile incidents, and, you know, we're really disturbed about. But overall crime is lowest. And actually, if you take away the 2 years of COVID, I think 2021, the last time crime was this low in our subway system was in 2009. These officers are doing a job, but we know people not only have to be safe, they have to feel safe. And that is why we surged 1,000 officers in January in our subway system for that omnipresence.
Talk Radio 77. WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Depeche Mode, policy of truth doesn't exist in politics.
Perception.
You had something to hide. Should have hidden it, shouldn't you? Now you're not satisfied with what you're being put through. Just time to pay the price, not listening to advice, deciding in your youth on the policy of truth. Things could be so different now. It used to be so civilized. You will always wonder how it could have been if you'd only lied. It's too late to change events. It's time to face the consequence of delivering the proof in the policy of truth.
The policy of truth. Wouldn't it be nice if Republicans and Democrats could actually tell us the truth? But they won't, because they don't think we can handle it.
Did you order the code red?
I did the job. Did you order the code red? You're goddamn right I did.
Oh, yeah. Code red, code red.
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
And that's what they all think of us, whether they're your favorites or your foes. And that was epitomized by looking at that video of Barack Obama and Donald Trump having a good old time at the state funeral for Jimmy Carter. I mean, laughing and having a good old time. Because we're fools. We're fools. We don't Look at the playbill that you got on the way out of the theater. The lines are all there. They've been repeated over and over. They don't trust us.
Can I get an amen?
No, I ain't giving you ugats. I
am an ardent believer in the free market.
Really? Oh, that's right, for yourself. You're now millionaires extraordinaire, you and Michelle. By the way, where was Michelle at that state funeral, huh? For Jimmy Carter. Where was she?
It costs you gave him.
What? Did you?
It costs you gave him.
Yeah, stumbling and mumbling. What do you have, a little Joe Biden moment? Come on, ladies and gentlemen.
Kiss Barack Obama's ass.
Right. You really think he believes that? Hey, Barack, we played these for suckers. It's okay. You know, somebody's got to lead because they're all sheep. They'll go right over the cliff. I don't take it personally. Nah, I don't either. You know, hey, today you're top dog, Donald. I'm number 2. I'm Barzini. You're Vito Corleone.
Jackass.
But, you know, that situation can change after 4 years. Your family, right, all the families, the Kennedys, you know, they never go away, do they? They always feel that they're entitled to lead because of all that they give up for us. Tony.
Obigani?
What was that?
Obigani?
I had no idea what the hell you were talking about. Let's go to the phones. It's Joe in Levittown. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Giuseppe.
Curtis, the icon, the legend. I got to admit, I'm a new fan. 49 years old, and unfortunately, I just discovered you. But yeah, absolutely. So every morning, 7:15, I make it a point, no matter wherever I am, to pull over or put the app on or turn the radio up and listen to you on Sid and Friends. And then I get to rip and read, you know, later on at night on the app. And I got to tell you, man, I get chills sometimes, man. When you go on your rant at the end and Sid puts the mic down and he's in the background like, oh, go, and you're just going and going and going. Like, I'm like mesmerized. I stop, you know? And it got me thinking because, like, I haven't felt that way in a long time listening to radio. The most intimate form of entertainment, as you guys said, right? And you were talking about Barrett Media and syndication, right? And you mentioned, I don't know, this kind of like came to me the other day, but you mentioned a couple of S's, right? Or 3 S's, really. Simone, right? Mark Simone. I mean, I've listened to him. Sid and you, Sliwa, at the table, right? You could like talk radio for hours and never run out of content. And I'm just wondering, right? Like I grew up in the 90s. I'm 49 years old, right? So like I was plugged into K-Rock. And I'm wondering, like, your opinion. Does Stern get a seat at that table? I know his politics, his show has changed a lot. I'm dialed into 77 WABC. I catch Stern here and there. I was a huge fan back then. I'm a big fan of WABC now. But just wondering your opinion.
Joe, I think in their early days when they weren't syndicated or they weren't up on the satellite, absolutely, because they were creative. They did parodies. You never knew from one day to the next where they'd be. Now, you listen to Stern, you know where he's going to be. All the others who have become syndicated, that's why I told Sid, do not become syndicated. You can't function in a syndicated world. I tried it. I walked away from it. I just couldn't. It's like they're telling, oh, no, stop. Oh, this affiliate in Dubuque, Iowa is upset. What do they got? 5 listeners out there, you know, while they're milking the cows in the morning. And, you know, oh, this program director is very upset. Be yourself. Be true. WABC is the most powerful radio station, coast to coast by day, the most powerful at night. Why would you need to be syndicated? You can be listened to in 177 countries with the app. A syndication means nothing. All syndication means it makes you feel good. 175 stations. Joe, I know these stations. Some of them are like 2-watt stations that at nighttime you can't even hear because they power down, but it looks impressive. You can't let somebody like Sid, who loves to riff and do improv, to be boxed into a syndicated format. It'll never work.
Curtis.
He needs,
I guess half political, half local
stupid
stuff.
Oh, you see that? You gotta let Sid be Sid. He can't do that in syndication. Stern is not what he used to be. Hannity was best when he was live and local. So was Limbaugh. So was Mark Levin. The moment they become gigantors and it becomes a bully pulpit and they rant and they rave and the creativity is no longer there. Joe, I believe I have a solemn responsibility. 2 hours of preparation for every 1 hour that goes on the air. The show that I do, Rip and Read, is different than this show. This is Theater of the Mind. The show that I do at Sid in the morning at 7:15 that people now believe is appointment radio is the highest rated segment of Sid Rosenberg and Friends. We've surpassed O'Reilly because O'Reilly gives you stuff that he already put up on his marketing, his social networking sites, his own network.
Wherever I go, I bring ratings, whether it's on television or radio. You and I, with the highest rated segment on WABC every week, correct?
Correct. No, they're not. These numbers are not cooked because O'Reilly gives Sid sloppy seconds in the morning, and Sid knows it, but he's happy. Hey, I'm with O'Reilly. I said, no, I got to give you my best. So you understand, Joe, if more of my colleagues would understand that this thing of ours, which is the most intimate form of communication that you described, must be preserved, they would work harder at it than what they do.
If you kick him off your show entirely, he has no appearances, you think he's going to stop talking about you? No. He's going to talk about you 4 times. Let me ask Lucas.
You see, Joe, you're spot on, Joe. You're spot on. What happened to Joe?
Listen, I'm here.
Okay. All right.
Listen, I work my ass off, and I'm up at 1:44 in the morning on hold so that I could talk to you because I've been listening to you for like 4 weeks. Like, seriously, you talk about a shepherd. It's all nonsense that's out there, and the world needs more people like you telling the truth. You listen to the Tish, right? And she's talking, and I love the new nickname for Kathy, right? Yeah, Kathy. What was it? Crime.
Crime Wave Holcomb. Crime Wave Holcomb.
Yeah, it's so new. I forgot it. Kathy Crime Wave Holcomb. It's beautiful what you do. It's the truth out there. And, listen, I should be sleeping right now. I got to get up at 6:30 in the morning to take my 14-year-old to ShopRite to go to work for a 7 a.m. shift because he's got to pay for a $247 a month car lease. My mother paid for the down payment. I'm paying for the insurance. And boom, we all chip in. And the kid's going to be 17 years old in a few days, and bang, he's got a nice new car for a lease. I should be sleeping.
You're good daddy, Joe. And by the way, you're making him work for it, so he's not just getting it. Okay.
No way.
Good, but no Joe, way. Let me tell you this, Joe. You have to make choices every day in your life. A lot of them are difficult choices. And I trust you to make the right choices. Sometimes we fail and we suffer the consequences. The difference between me and politicians is they don't think you can make the right choices, Joe. They think you have to be guided. You need to be in the cattle pen because you probably can't handle the truth. And you handle the truth every day, right?
100%. And if I was in the boroughs, I would vote for you for mayor. But listen, I'm out here in Nassau County. Listen, God bless Blakeman. He's doing the right thing out here. But yes, I have 3 kids, and all of them, I made a point. All of them, as soon as they were 14 and they were able to get their working papers, I sent them to the school nurse. Get your papers, and listen. They worked. They figured it out. Each one of them has their own stories, but they're all thriving. I got a 19-year-old. I got the one I was telling you about is going to be 17, and I got a 14-year-old. I'm going next weekend, Martin Luther King weekend. I'm going to be in York, Pennsylvania. I never been there in my life. I'm going to be there for 3-4 days on a travel volleyball tournament. My God. But you know what? I do it because I support them, and it's the right thing to do. But you really, and listen, I got to tell you something else. You know, and maybe I'm a little bit ashamed of this, but you know, when you gave that speech about Debbie Kwan last week, right?
Yes.
And you talked about, you know, how you help these people, and even Sid said, you know, hey, you put your fingers in their mouths and everything. Like, I got to admit, like, before I heard your take on everything, you know, I was like, oh, I don't want to get involved. But you made me look at things a little bit differently, right? Like but for the grace of God. You said that last weekend, right? I listened. I was up. I mean, I shouldn't be up, but I'm up. But for the grace of God, like your father told you. And that meant a lot. It really, really changed my thinking about people. And I need to change that conversation with my children a little bit because, you know, I tried to protect them. But I think what I'm going to do is change it a little bit and be a little bit more understanding and, you know, a little bit more outreach when I can.
Well, you see, my dad, Chester, no longer with us, would be away 8 months a year as a merchant seaman, and then we'd have him for a full 4 months. And he would mentor me, take me to all the places now that I go with no fear, because he said, you should have no fear of these people. No fear, they're just like us. But especially when he would take me to the Bowery where there were the flop houses and you had to pray for your soup at the Salvation Army. And he would see some of his fellow former merchant seamen who all of a sudden were like no longer in control of their mental and physical faculties. And he would tell me, son, something happened to my friend Jack here that was traumatic. He came home from sea one time, and his wife was gone with another man. Now, these things happen. He says, son, you know, we live a tough life. Sometimes, you know, daddies and mommies, they don't get along. They go their own way. But he didn't take it well. He's never been the same. And look at him now. He's crawled into a bottle. But he's the same Jack to me. He's just like your father. There, by the grace of God, could go you or me, meaning himself. And that always stuck because he would have conversations. He would get them something to eat. He would spend time with them. He didn't treat them like pariah like everyone else. Look, you're a good dad. My father was a good dad. I wish so many young children out there had a father figure. It doesn't have to be the daddy. Sometimes the daddy is no good. You don't want that daddy around. But a male figure that they could look up to and could get advice and be mentored to the way you do your children, the way my father did to my sister Alita and my sister Maria and me. You can't put a price on that. My dad was not a wealthy man. My dad died. There were like 3 reverse mortgages on the house. They owed money. Like most Americans. Like our freaking government owes money. Our money. And I always said, you know, there's nothing to bequeath. And that's good because he gave us everything during his life. Knowledge, respect, understanding, empathy for others, a concept that we're not here just for self. He bequeathed to us what all the money in the world could never purchase. And I've been with a lot of wealthy families, where unfortunately their sons or daughters or their grandchildren have absolutely no concept of what it is to do self-service. So I honor my father and my mother and my grandparents every day by what I do for others, not just in words or by going to the graveyard and paying respects, but by what we do every day to honor their memories.
With the great Curtis Sliwa, big ratings on the Rip and Read, noon to 1 every weekday afternoon, overnight weekends, and does a tremendous job daily with me right here.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Tears for Fears, great song, Laid So Low. We got to educate the rookie newscaster, Liz Radabali. She talked about, if you notice, Broadway Billy and Tony, Operation Corona, the crackdown against prostitution, vendors, and crime in Corona, Queens. And she said, well, it's Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch who's going to have to determine whether the crackdown continues. Pass the Great Poupon, please. No. We saw what happened earlier, Liz Radabali. Eric Adams was in Corona, and what was he getting? His eyebrows threaded. There was no Jessica Tisch there. She couldn't find Corona on a map. The only Corona that Jessica Tisch probably ever heard of was the beers that the common people drink. You know, Corona with a little bit of salt, with a little lime, and a little gusano inside, a little worm. Oh, please. I got to straighten her up. New Jack, she's buying the propaganda line. Oh, to be Commissioner Jessica Tisch who will determine if it continues. No, it won't. Eric Adams was there, the real police commissioner, and he was getting his eyebrows threaded. Oh, wasn't that just so splendid? The metrosexual, instead of walking the streets and actually looking firsthand at what was transpiring, prostitution. Hey, sailor, want a date? Sailor, naturally in Spanish and Chinese, because English is not even a secondary language in that part of our city. Ha! And what did he get? His eyebrows threaded. That was his priority. Marana mai. Well, up next, the congestion pricing dilemma that has befallen upon us with the idea that if it works here in New York City to screw us, the taxpayers, They're going to do it in Chi-Town, Chirac, Chicago. They're going to do it in L.A. if it's not all burnt down by then. San Francisco, and in major cities across the nation. So they all have their fingers crossed that congestion pricing here will raise a lot of money and be able to fill the pockets of our corrupt officials who always act like it's $1 for the people and now it's $1 for my cronies in contracts so that they can give me kickbacks. Like our governor, Kathy Crime Wave Holcomb, who and her husband are the biggest grifters that have ever existed in the world. All they do is attend fundraisers morning, noon, and night. Grift, grift, grift. And then they look at you and say, be happy, my little pretties. Subway crime is down 42%. Shouldn't you be applauding me? Aren't I doing such a magnificent job? By the way, how do you use this Metro card, this swipe card? Please. Put that camera away. I want to look like a pro when I'm doing it. And by the way, state troopers, would you hide in the background, all 12 of you, with your guns? I want people to think I'm footloose and fancy-free, riding the subway.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Nobody has a better flow. Music that converges with talk. Theater of the mind. Doesn't get any better than this. Enjoy the silence. Depeche Mode.
Break the silence, come crashing into my little world. Painful to me, it's right through me. Don't you understand? Oh, my little girl. All I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms. Words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. Vows are spoken to be broken, feelings untense, words are trivial, pleasures remain, so does the pain. Words are meaningless and forgettable. All I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms. Words are very unnecessary, they can only do harm.
Oh, to me, the picture of President Donald Trump next to President Barack Obama at the high service for the passing of President Jimmy Carter said it all. Said it all, Broadway Bill Lee and Tony. They were laughing at us. They were laughing at us. They knew the cameras were on them. They could have chosen not to sit with one another. That was all orchestrated. Where was Michelle Obama, huh? Nobody seems to know. She probably wasn't going to partake in that. But oh my God, like frat brothers who hadn't seen each other in a month of Sundays. Hey, you're pretty good for Hitler, you know.
Not good.
Hey, where's your birth certificate, Barack? Come on. We're victims of technology. It's an exchange of power from Vito Corleone to Barzini and back again. But all of you, oh, no. You know, that's my team. That's our guys and gals. Really? Is this what it's become? A team, tribal, and then you saw that, and it didn't dawn on you that we've been played for fools and suckers? That's all it is, a transition of power from one group to another group who wants complete access to you, and don't disagree with them, or you're on the outside looking in. Isn't that what happens? You can't disagree with them. You couldn't disagree with Biden. We're now hearing that. And you can't disagree with Trump. We know that. Or all of a sudden, what are you? Oh, you're a rhino, you know, as a Republican. And then if all of a sudden you disagree with Barack Obama or Biden or Harris, you're ultradito. You might as well go over and become MAGA. Isn't it always the way it is? You got to choose a side. How about the side of being a free thinker, a man or a woman who will determine for yourself what they are saying to you or dictating to you or expecting you to just ingest it, digest it, and repeat exactly what they say? I don't do that. Sorry. Haven't done it for 70 years, and I'm not going to start doing it now. The great thing about America is we get to think for ourselves, make our own determinations. It's probably now the only place left in this world where you can do that, unfettered. Every other country, they're on the periphery of that, those who consider themselves part of the free world. But they always miss one or two of those ingredients that give them the full freedom that we take for granted and don't take advantage of because we're tribal. You know, you're on one side or another side, and to hell if you ever take a position against your side, you know, you get exiled. And then you're out there in the land of the independents, or as they call them at the Board of Education, the blanks. Well, what do you mean blank? Well, you know, we call them blanks because they really don't have a tribe. You see, got to be tribal. No, you don't. You can be footloose, fancy free. You can be independent and autonomous. You can be a free thinker. You can think, handle information, process it. Naturally, everybody needs help in trying to research or figure out for yourself who's right, who's wrong, or if the truth is somewhere in between. Just don't be an apparatchik. Just don't be a sycophantodian lackey. Don't do it. You don't have to in America. Some other countries you do, or it's off with your head into the gulag. And if you're not the one to suffer, your family, your friends are ostracized and maybe even tortured as a result of your exercising freedom of thought, freedom of expression, and the way you feel. And boy, feelings have boiled over this week over the imposition on us of congestion pricing. Right here in Manhattan, where we broadcast to all of you from. The whole world is watching because it started in Singapore, 1975. Singapore, the small city nation of Singapore. And then it spread like a virus to London, to Stockholm, to Gothenburg. Well, there's one other spot. Oh, yeah, Milan, I think. I'm not totally sure on that. And now New York City will be the first of what they would like to be many urban areas in America, followed by Chi-Town, better known as Chirac, Los Angeles, if it hasn't all burnt down, San Francisco. You name it, wherever there's urban sprawl, they want congestion pricing. Remember, it was 6 days ago. In fact, the very moment that I was taking you from Saturday night, Tony Orlando without Dawn, into the break of dawn Sunday morning. And what happened on the corner of 61st and Broadway? An assembled gathering of about 24 people. Remember, they were, the 24 people, remember they were like all Pee Wee Herman. They had their little bicycles, their little bicycle helmets. Yeah. We're transportation alternatives. Everybody should ride bicycles. Okay, you want to ride bicycles? Go move to Amsterdam, right? They all ride bicycles there. Go to Red China. They all ride bicycles there, right? Hey, you want to ride a bicycle? Go ahead, knock yourself out. You want to ride a bicycle in weather like this? Knock yourself out. If you feel good, great, do it. But don't pick our pockets again, like you're already doing now, clipping us for $9. Remember that morning, the clock struck 12, and there was the MTA chairman who says crime is in our head, as he did a countdown as if it was the dropping of the ball in Times Square to welcome in the new year, as if he were Dick Clark and the American Bandstand.
Are we ready? Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, it's that week. Oh, yay, congestion pricing. And so they wheeled out like a cadaver in formaldehyde Gerald the Whale Nadler, the congressman who was wondering, what the hell am I doing out here? And they welcomed the first person who got robbed at 61st and Broadway by clipping them for $9, and it's been that way ever since. All week long. And remember, the whole point, the whole concept here, according to the MTA money-taking agency, was that this tax, when they pick your pockets, it would only leave you enough money for a Metro card. It would force you to have to ride the subways. And remember what the MTA chairman said. Look, have no fear. Come on into the slime and grime of the subways. Don't fear crime, people being torched, people being pushed in front of the trains, because it's all in your head.
Last year, we were actually 12.5% less crime than 2019, the last year before COVID. But there's no question that some of these high-profile incidents, terrible attacks have gotten in people's heads and made the whole system feel less safe.
Sure they did. Sure they did. You poor excuse for a human being to say that when you're provided a limo by us, the sucker taxpayers, you make $400,000 for basically doing nothing. You do ugats. You get 8 armed police officers provided by the MTA money-taking agency. You never are forced to take the subways or buses that you're responsible for. And then you get to chastise us, make fun of us, and then just say, pay your taxes. Sort of like Leona Helmsley. Only little people pay their taxes. So if you don't want to pay that $9 tax, that surcharge, you don't want to get clipped for $9, take the freaking subway. And then there was a man who has been there before, who doesn't need to grow a pair, because whenever there's an outrage, whenever the politicians again step all over us, they tread on us. As you know, that flag with the usinit, the snake, don't tread on us, don't tread on me, whatever that is, that symbol. It's best epitomized by the patriotic artist Scott LeBado, the relentless patriot. A great documentary about him, got banned in theaters before the election. It's resurfacing now. You really should check it out. I have a few cameo appearances in there because Scott LeBado has acknowledged that I was the one who taught him about civil disobedience, of which he has become an expert of lately, and probably will soon surpass me in terms of the number of arrests for acts of civil disobedience to get his cause across. He came into the studios of WABC. He is a weekly guest of Sid Rosenberg in the morning. And he laid out exactly what he was going to do unlike all of you, in terms of protesting this tax that they call congestion pricing.
New Yorkers should be out in the street and they should be doing what I'm going to do in about a half an hour when I leave this show. Okay. And I'm going to pull up in front of these cameras, these congestion price cameras, 61st and Broadway.
That's where it all started. That's when they heard that big celebration.
Yeah, I didn't know where to go. And Curtis said, you got to do it there.
Yeah.
And that's why I had a celebration. So I'm going to stop. Okay. I got a couple of guys in the car with me. They're going to film it. I'm going to have my 2 license plates with the middle fingers, and I'm going to jump on a roof of my car, and I have this giant middle finger that you put on your hand, and I'm just going to scream.
He didn't just say it, he did it. He went right to 61st and Broadway, where people were getting clipped driving through there at $9. And he did exactly what he said he would do, and they assigned an army of cops, 24 cops to take him away. You would have thought he was Luigi, right? You would have thought he was Luigi, the guy who shot and killed the CEO of the healthcare insurance company outside of the Hilton Hotel. Remember when they brought him back from Altoona, Pennsylvania, in the helicopter at the heliport at Wall Street? And who was doing the perp walk with him? Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan. You come into my city, I'm going to have you on a perp walk. Get out of here, Eric. You talk about styling and profiling, how ridiculous the mayor looked. But remember how they had the Hercules squad out there with the helmets, the machine guns, the bulletproof vests? They had like 100 cops for Luigi. They had 24 cops for Scott LeBedo. He wasn't going to resist. He never resists. He respects the police. But, oh, no. Eric Adams wanted Scott LeBedo, the relentless patriot, to know, you come into Manhattan, stay on Staten Island, because you come here, you pull your shenanigans, we're going to lock you up. And just remember, we have Alvin Bragg here, who doesn't like you, so he might just decide to remand you to jail, no bail on Rikers Island. Could I hear that again in terms of what Scott LeBedo said on Sid in the Morning? He said it, he means it, he does it. When he takes advantage of the spoken word on the most powerful radio station in the nation by day from coast to coast, WABC, you know he's going to deliver, and he did.
New Yorkers should be out in the street and they should be doing what I'm going to do in about a half an hour when I leave this show. Okay. And I'm going to pull up in front of these cameras, these congestion price cameras, 61st and Broadway.
That's where it all started. That's when they heard that big celebration.
Yeah, I didn't know where to go. And Curtis said, you got to do it there.
Yeah.
And that's why I had a celebration. So I'm going to stop. Okay, I got a couple of guys in the car with me. They're going to film it. I'm going to have my 2 license plates with the middle fingers, and I'm going to jump on a roof of my car, and I have this giant middle finger that you put on your hand, and I'm just going to scream.
Boy, I'm so proud of Scott LeBedo. He's a great artist, and he basically was ostracized by the art community. They like his art. They just hate his politics. He's very respectful of other artists and their creations, but they feel that he does not reflect their political point of view, and they're entitled to that. So they have basically demonized him and ostracized him, and he is a relentless patriot. There's no doubt about that. Again, another notch, another act of civil disobedience. This is a guy who has painted American flags all over the country at his own expense, all over the country. A true believer. But remember, it isn't just on our side of the Hudson where they pick your pockets, these elected officials. It's on the Jersey side, too. How many times? What does it cost? Like $16 to go through the Lincoln Tunnel, the Holland Tunnel? What, $18 over the George Washington Bridge? They clip you all the time. Over the Outer Bridge Crossing, the Goethals Bridge, the Bayonne Bridge, coming from Jersey into New York City, right? They clip you every which way. Now Steve Fulop, the mayor of Jersey City, another graduate of Goldman Sachs, just like John Corzine, the failed governor of New Jersey, just like half in the bag, Bill, what the hell is his first name? Phil Murphy, right? Phil Murphy, whatever, half in the bag Murphy, a graduate of Goldman Sachs. Steve Fulop's the mayor of Jersey City, friend of our own Noam Laden, our news director, who oftentimes can be seen in the same hot tub up there in the Heights. They live next to one another. And Steve Fulop decided, hey, I'm going to get in on this pickpocketing spree because you impose congestion pricing on our folks from Jersey, which we do. They pay 6 minus 3, and the MTA promises they'll get that in a rebate a year from now. Ma quantum mai, right? But they claim, oh, if you're from Jersey, we only clip you for 6. So you come through the tunnel. What is that? 16, 18 bucks. Then they clip you for 6, claiming you're going to get a rebate on the additional 3. That makes 9. Ma quantum mai, you'll never see that. And so it's like, oh my God. Start adding that up. And then you got to pay for parking. Because you can't park out in the streets. You got to pay for parking. How the hell do people afford this? This is Steve Fulop waging war on New York, claiming if you could impose suggestion pricing on us, we're going to impose congestion pricing on you.
If turnabout could be fair play, Mayor Fulop, this is something that I'm very interested in, okay? As a Garden State resident myself, as a guy who lives in Bloomfield, I want to pose the suggestion, Garden State surcharge. How about this? Any New York or Connecticut license plate that enters Garden City, the New Jersey borders, if they're within the MTA service area, maybe we can toll them. Like $1, $2, something like that. It doesn't have to be exorbitant. It costs more in New York City than it does in New Jersey, but let's hit them with a fee and we could put that right towards New Jersey Transit. What do you think?
I agree. I've been saying that. I was saying that we should be taxing New Yorkers when they come to New Jersey because we need the investment in mass transit as well. New Jersey Transit, bus systems, train systems. So, you need a regional solution. I think that if New Jersey's posture, if Phil Murphy took the position that you just said, then Kathy Hochul and New York would have come to the table with a more holistic regional solution that isn't a tit for tat.
Well. You notice how our news guy, James Flippin, proposed the idea, and then naturally, who took advantage of that like he was Choo Choo Charlie the engineer, and he was the caboose? Steve Fulop. I want to hear that again, Broadway Billy. Our own James Flippin, when he was substitute hosting, I think it was New Year's Eve, actually suggested, hey, Fulop, why don't you do reverse congestion pricing and pickpocket the New Yorkers who are coming through the Lincoln Tunnel or the Holland Tunnel or coming into Jersey City itself?
If turnabout could be fair play, Mayor Fulop, this is something that I'm very interested in, okay? As a Garden State resident myself, as a guy who lives in Bloomfield, I want to pose the suggestion, Garden State surcharge. How about this? Any New York or Connecticut license plate that enters Garden City, the New Jersey borders, if they're within the MTA service area, maybe we can toll them. Like $1, $2, something like that. It doesn't have to be exorbitant. It costs more in New York City than it does in New Jersey, but let's hit them with a fee and we could put that right towards New Jersey Transit. What do you think?
I agree. I've been saying that. I've been saying that we should be taxing New Yorkers when they come to New Jersey because we need the investment in mass transit as well. New Jersey Transit, bus systems, train systems. So, you need a regional solution. I think that if New Jersey's posture, if Phil Murphy took the position that you just said, then Kathy Hochul and New York would have come to the table with a more holistic regional solution that isn't a tit for tat.
Shame on you. Shame on you, James Flippin. You ultraditor. You actually proposed this. He bought into it. And then weeks later, he actually had a press conference announcing it. That came about on New Year's Eve when James Flippin, our news guy, was substituting, I think, either for Rita Cosby or it might have been Bill O'Reilly. Not quite sure. Maybe even Dominic Carter. And he proposed that. And Steve Fulop, in typical traditional political form, like a squirrel collecting nuts, said, yeah, why not? This is what we do best. From the cradle to the grave, we tax you. And I'm a Democrat. I want to become the next governor of the state of New York. Over my dead body, I might add. By the way, I wonder how his gubernatorial campaign is going. We don't hear much of that. But remember, anybody who's from the northern counties has a much better shot than anybody from the central counties or the southern counties in New Jersey, because the bulk of the 10 million population is in the north. So between Bergen County and Essex County, it's pretty much enough to win a Democratic primary. And that's why you have Ras Baraka, the mayor of Newark, cop hater, the evil seed of Leroy Jones, a.k.a. Amira Baraka, who was not only a communist but a black nationalist, hated everyone white, especially Tony Imperiale, who was part of the North Ward Civic Association in North Newark on Bloomfield Avenue, and had many, many battles with Leroy Jones before the riots in Newark, after the riots, as Tony Imperiale ran for many political offices. And Leroy Jones made it a point to consistently attack him as being a racist and hating white people. And his evil seed, Ras Baraka, hating cops as he did, sort of came through the ranks of the politicians. He was served in city council in Newark, and then he determined that he wanted to be mayor. And now he pretends he is the friend of cops. He's the law and order mayor, not. In the carjacking and car theft capital in the world, Newark, New Jersey. And he wants to be able to go to Trenton and become the next governor of the state of New Jersey over my dead body. That should be Jack Citarelli, without a doubt. Almost beat Murphy the last time, who called everybody knuckleheads in New Jersey. Knuckleheads, knuckleheads, knuckleheads. Half in the bag. The votes came in that night. It was the same night I lost Eric Adams. That's why the gubernatorial election is next year. He won the numbers on the machines. He lost the election on paper to half in the bag Phil Murphy, because you're all masochists in New Jersey. You love to be called knuckleheads. You love to be abused by your Michigan Action governor, and you'd reelect him if the election were tomorrow foolishly. Although in this situation, I think Jack Citarelli has proven that you all made a horrible mistake. But you never know. You never know. I've looked at the voting returns in Jersey. They're weighted. The northern counties are where the bulk of the population is, Bergen and Essex. So if you can win there, you can pretty much sweep the state. It's kind of hard to stop you after that. Just a little New Jersey perspective here. Up next, we got to talk about the Mamaluke Frank Morano and congestion pricing that he has been moaning about. The host of The Other Side of Midnight, Monday through Fridays from 1 to 5. And what he did at Bobby Vans. Oh, yeah, Tony, what he did at the annual luncheon that our colleague Brian Kilmeade hosts for our owners and operators, John and Margot, Chad Lopez, all of those people behind the scenes, and naturally the people you know as the hosts and hostesses and their staff. It was a fabulous luncheon at Bobby Vans. We were swapping stories and tales about radio. But then I saw the Mamaluke Frank Morano do something that indicates why congestion pricing is hurting him, probably more so than most. 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Go on, leave me breathless. Come on.
Nobody plays better music.
The daylight's fading slowly, but time with you is standing still. I'm waiting for you only. The slightest touch and I feel weak. I cannot lie from you. I cannot hide. I'm losing will to try. Can't hide it, can't fight it. So
Do I leave you breathless, ladies and gentlemen? This is by the Coors. No, it has nothing to do with Coors beer coming out of Colorado. No. Great group, the Coors, and the song Breathless. Dan in Bridgehampton, your turn to be heard here at WABC. Danny.
Hello, Curtis. The bottom line is this. We have to save the dogs and cats, adopt them. They get the veterans to adopt them. And info at pausofwar.org in Long Island, they help American veterans and their service animals. And VMCLA and Dr. Esposito and Dr. Powell, Richmond Valley Animal
Hello, Dan. Yeah, well, Dan, he has a good message, but he's like a one-beat drummer. Hello, Dan, who's not in Bridgehampton. But that's okay. It's a good message to save unwanted dogs and cats and do what my wife Nancy does, Lone Wolf, who's been out there in the frigid cold, putting out those cat houses that she has made so that the feral cats have a place to go to ward off the cold winds, the frigid conditions. It's something you should all consider. And by the way, she'll be talking about extrapolating about that on the Animal Welfare Show that so many of you listen to Sunday nights after our extended Rip and Read. She's on with me from 8 to 10. And then it'll be on from 10 to 11, the Animal Welfare Show. And, remember at 12 midnight, right after Tony Orlando with Dawn, she'll join me for the first 2 hours to give her perspective. So it's not just me running my mouth a mile a minute. Let's go to Ed, who's calling all the way from Evansville. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Ed.
Hey, Curtis, the best politicians who are actors are also, as we saw at Jimmy Carter's laying in state, card players, Barack Obama and President Trump. And they were smiling and laughing because they couldn't figure out who had the best cards. And Obama's wife couldn't be there because she might throw his hand. And that's what it's all a game, man. It's all a game. You know what? The two leaders of both parties were there representing, and you figured it out. And I'm just wondering, were they laughing about Eric Adams and which side he's going to sway to? And are all sins going to be forgiven? I don't know. This is for me to ponder.
Well, you remember the special that had a good run, the House of Cards, Netflix? It was all about the corrupt politics in Washington, D.C., and it's not just one side or the other side. It's both sides.
Both sides.
I love this one. It's if it's our team is not corrupt. It's their team and vice versa. No. It is one big house of corruption in Washington, D.C. The strongest people in Washington are not the elected officials, but the lobbyists who have access to them, and they wine them, they dine them, and they pocket line them. And then these elected officials don't serve their constituents, they serve the lobbyists. They'll actually tell you. You call them up and you say, I really need your vote, Fred, on this issue. Hey, I've already been bought. You've already been what? Bought. They bought my vote. I don't want to.
The lobbyists.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want you to think that I'm going to take your money from your lobbying firm when I've already sold out and taken the other lobbyist firm on this bill. So I want to be honest. They consider that to be honest, Ed, that, hey, I took it from one lobbyist, I sold out to one lobbyist, so I don't want to double dip and then take your money too.
Yeah, that's special interest groups. Excuse me. What's going to happen with Eric Adams, though? Is he going to sway? Is he going to be forgiven? And what about Cuomo, man? Is he coming? We hear footsteps or?
Well, wait a second. I want you to listen to Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan himself, who does have a plan to avoid going to jail. Just to give you an update. The man who was implicated with him from Turkey for accepting money from Erdogan to give to Eric Adams to help him in his mayoral campaign, that is illegal, has actually said that I did it, has pled guilty, and he will be testifying in April against Eric Adams in court. So that it was not a good day for Eric Adams, but that's to be expected because he accepted foreign money, which is a serious crime, to be used in a mayoral campaign where, unlike other cities, you get $8 for every $1. Ed, if you can raise $1 from somebody who lives in New York City, the generous taxpayers, without their knowledge, are giving you $8 for that. And the Turks tried to bamboozle the system to help Eric Adams. He was aware of it, and that's why he is in a lot of trouble. Now,
Mr. Mayor, back to the filing and the statements by prosecutors in writing that they have uncovered additional criminal wrongdoing by you. I just have two questions. One is, have you ever asked any potential witnesses in this investigation to delete any evidence? And you mentioned the list of 99 problems. Where on that list of 99 problems does that superseding indictment rank?
That was a question, Ed. And he is being charged also with witness tampering. But so is his adversary, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, who, when he testified on the Hill, absolving himself of responsibility for the 15,000 elderly who died because of his executive order that took them out of hospitals, put them in long-term nursing home care units, even though they were diagnosed with having COVID-19. He actually also tried to influence a witness, which is a crime. So it'll be interesting to see Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, Ed, may be charged by the Justice Department with influencing a witness, which is a serious crime, at the same time that Eric Adams is before a judge and a jury of his peers in federal court, Eastern District, downtown Brooklyn. Oh, excuse me. Let me change venues. That would be in the Southern District, so downtown Manhattan. And then having to explain how he didn't also try to influence a witness. Both of them are facing those charges, and both of them want you to consider them to become the mayor of the city of New York. With Eric Adams, it would be a re-election. Let's talk about him running as a Republican. We'll get into that later on over my dead body. And then, of course, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, who is a political zombie who has been hitting the mattresses, stirring the marinara sauce in Southampton, the mansion of his brother Chris Fredo Cuomo, and preparing his political comeback by becoming mayor of the city of New York and destroying the city after he destroyed the state. That's the plan. That's the plan. When we come back, the tale of a man who has been affected more than anyone else by the pickpocketing of our elected officials, our own Frank Morano, the Mameluke, who warned for many, many months that if congestion pricing became the law of New York State, New York City, he would probably not be able to afford coming into these massive studios of WABC to do the program because, as you know, he's a family guy now. It's not like he used to be, the independent, autonomous, single Frank Morano, the Mameluke. I always thought he'd never get married because when you're a Mama Luke, Italian-American guy, nobody can ever replace Mommy, in his case, Stephanie. But he found Rachel. That was great. They've had a child, Carmine, who you've heard from too much on the radio. And I got to tell you how sad it was. Oh, my God. Now I know he's feeling the fiscal pain when we return here on WABC, your place to be.
Curtis doesn't know that much.
77 WABC weekends mean the best talk during the day.
The liberals now want to create all-out chaos.
And the best music at night. With Cousin Brucey, Joe Piscopo, Tony Orlando, and Vinny Madunio. Curtis Lewa overnight.
Don't fold like a cheap camera.
And so much more.
WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Leave me breathless.
So we had our annual luncheon hosted by Brian Kilmeade. He does this for our management, ownership, and our staff. We were at Bobby Van's, and there was the Mama Luke, Frank Morano. He was sitting opposite me, so I had a chance to eyeball him. And we were swapping and regaling each other with stories about radio. It was a great event. Everybody had a good time. And I noticed that everybody with their entree, and Frank Morano was eating extraordinarily healthy, unlike when he was single, footloose, and fancy-free, when he would have a liquid lunch. Yeah, 6 dry martinis before 12 noon. That was his lunch. Now he had like 2 martinis in 3 hours, but he had the Chilean sea bass. Then he had a side order. We all had a side dish at Bobby Van's. It was angel hair pasta and butter. But I noticed he had 4 baby lamb chops. I thought that was sort of odd to order that with Chilean sea bass. But then I understood who it was for. It was probably for little baby Carmine, who has been on his program on a regular basis, too much if you ask me. But it was asking for a slice of pizza because he's hungry.
Pizza slice. Pizza slice. Pizza slice. Pizza slice. Pizza slice.
Right, give me a slice or something along those lines.
Pizza slice. Pizza slice. Pizza slice. Pizza slice. Pizza slice.
Pizza slice. You know, repetition. Okay. The kid is clearly hungry. As you know, in the household, Rachel works, and Frank, obviously, he's the host of The Other Side of Midnight. But raising a kid nowadays, as anybody out there knows, paying a mortgage, paying your car insurance and everything else that goes into maintaining a good lifestyle requires money. And Frank has been railing, as you know, Broadway Billy and Tony for months, that once congestion pricing kicked in, he didn't know if he'd be able to come in and do the show, right? How many times did he say that? But his number one priority is feeding Carmine, because Carmine has a appetite that does not stop, like most kids.
Pizza slice. Pizza slice. Pizza slice. Pizza slice. Pizza slice.
And that's when he wakes up in the morning. He wants a slice of pizza, you know, like a degenerate gambler goes into the refrigerator and gets a cold slice of pizza, you know, left over from the pizza the night before. Like father, like son, okay? But I noticed that as Brian Kilmeade was speaking about why he hosts this yearly luncheon, and the importance of WABC being his flagship station of the network of stations that he's heard on for the Fox News radio channel. I noticed, Tony, that Frank Morano now had just 3 baby lamb chops, but he hadn't eaten them. So I watched. I said, wow, there's 3 on the plate. I saw him taking it while Brian Kilmeade was speaking. Everyone was focused on Brian, who was in front of Bobby Vance. He was wrapping the baby lamb chops in the cloth napkins of Bobby Vance, you know, that have that little BV on the side, and putting it in his pocket. 2 in one pocket, 2 in the other pocket. And I would bet you it was to bring home to little baby Carmine, who probably woke up earlier that day with hunger pains.
Pizza slice! Pizza slice!
Who wanted a pizza slice. As he does probably each and every morning, like father, like son. Remember, Frank had a period of time, he was a degenerate gambler. You know, he'd buy pizza, and then the night, he put a few slices in so that when he woke up, he'd have pizza that morning.
Pizza slice! Pizza slice!
Gee, that kid is annoying.
Pizza slice!
Shut up, Carmine! God, he has that kid on way too much. Oh, God. But anyway, so he took the baby lamb chops back to little Carmine. I mean, he must really be hurting from the congestion. Look how much he gets clipped. He comes across the Guinea Gangplank. Can I say that? I already did. The Verrazano Bridge. So he gets clipped there. Then he's got to come in the city, right? He goes through the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, or as he would probably call it, the Hugh Carey Tunnel. Nobody calls it that, Frank. I mean, already, that costs you a reverse mortgage. I think they charge you like $21 over the Verrazano Bridge. Probably like $12, $14 through, as he calls it, the Hugh Carey Tunnel, as we all call it, the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. And so now he's like a kleptomaniac. Everybody here, Broadway Bill Lee, Tony, make sure you put your names on your Tupperware in the refrigerator, or he's going to be taking it home to little baby Carmine, who, you know, his priority is
pizza spice! Pizza spice!
Shut up! God, this kid. He's annoying. Just like his father, you know, who is the radio version of George Costanza. There's no other doubt about it. Now, I want to know how he was able to walk out with Bobby Vance, 4 baby lamb chops, dripping, you know, because they were not well done. So dripping with the blood through the napkins, making it seem like it was that time of the month for Frank Morano. How the hell he did that without staining his pants? But then again, remember when he was hosting, his dream come true, hosting Captain Kirk. Remember in Red Bank, New Jersey, packed crowd of WABC listeners. And then so nice they let him do it twice in Bergen County. Remember Captain Kirk blew his schnoz into that Kleenex napkin and put it on the table, and who picked it up and folded it neatly and put it in his pocket? Frank Morano. And people wanted to know, God, the guy had bullschnizzle in the Kleenex. What are you doing? Oh, I want to preserve it, you know, for the DNA. I want to be able to clone William Shatner. What is he, 93, 94? There was a rumor that he had died the other day. I'm looking at this thread. And people were talking about, oh, he's dead. Oh, my God, after all these years. It turned out that was wrong. Didn't he kill his wife? Come on, let's be honest, right? I mean, it was not a Natalie Wood kind of situation, you know, with her husband and a crazy guy from Astoria, Queens. You know who I'm talking about. Off of Catalina Island. You remember Robert Wagner? You know, the guy who sells you insurance? They claim he killed her. He tossed her off of that yacht in Catalina. But, you know, the crazy guy who was down there fighting with him, insane in the brain from Astoria, Queens. Come on, you know what I'm talking about. How the hell did I get onto that? But Frank Morano has now become a kleptomaniac, not because he steals, because he needs it, for whatever gratification, but for survival, for little baby Carmine, who, when he can't have pizza,
Pizza's face.
Shut up, kid! He now gets baby lamb chops from Bobby Vance.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Pizza's face.
My. Somebody's got to stick a pizza slice in Carmine's mouth. That might shut him up. It'd be like a pacifier for him. I don't know, between Greg Kelly having his two lovely daughters on from time to time and Frank Morano having Carmine dominate his program.
Pizza's face.
Although I must say, listening to Carmine is a hell of a lot better than listening to that Mama Luke Frank Morano mumbling and stumbling and talking about little gray aliens and UFOs and Roswell, New Mexico, and exploding meteorites and comets out there in space, That's got quite the audience from coast to coast. I'm telling you, syndicated nationally. He's hit the big time. Now Carmine can eat baby lamb chops that Frank purloined off of his plate at Bobby Vance and brought it home because he can't afford that at the butcher shop because of congestion pricing. Do we feel Frank Morano and Rachel's pain? No, we don't. No, we don't. They could have moved a long time ago down in Florida like so many others, right? You don't have that. Or Georgia, or North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Texas, Tennessee, or parts unknown. But they decided to stay and get clipped. $9. Now, up next, we're going to talk to California fires because everyone thinks they're an expert on California and the fires, and I've been listening to my colleagues here in WABC, and for the most part, they know nothing about the fires in California, and I'm going to address the LA fires in a lot different way than my colleagues, who just seem to repeat one another or whatever is spoken about on Talk TV. Gruesome Newsome, Mayor Bass, the chief of the fire department who's a lesbian and a product of DEI. Now, look, why the hell would I want to repeat all that nonsense when, in fact, there are more important stories to tell?
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
LA woman, LA woman, LA woman Sunday afternoon. LA woman Sunday afternoon. LA woman Sunday afternoon. Drive through your suburbs into your blues. Into your blues, yes. Into your blues. Burning. Hills are filled with fire. If they say I never loved you, you know they are a liar. Driving down your freeway, midnight alleys roam, cops in cars, the topless bars, never saw a woman so alone, so alone, so alone, so alone. Motel money, better madness. A chain of move from glad to sadness.
Oh, so good. This is Nancy, my wife, and I's favorite band, The Doors, with Jim Morrison. None better. Got to look at that documentary that was done on them. Absolutely amazing. And this song, L.A. Woman, he's going to kick in momentarily. So good. Ain't nobody else going to play this song when talking about the fires consuming L.A. Of what many people believe is the consumption of Sodom and Gomorrah, yes.
Well, you got it down about an hour ago. Took a look around, see which way the wind blows. With a little girl in a Hollywood bungalow. Are you a lucky little lady in the city of light? Or just another long thing, yo? City of night.
By the way, you know when Jim Morrison sings A Little Bungalow in Hollywood, you know what bungalows he's referring to. Chateau Marmont. Remember what happened at Chateau Marmont? Come on, Broadway Billy, you've been in this business 50 years over at WCBS-FM with your very dear friend, Brooklyn's Joe Causey. You know, they used to rent those bungalows in front of the main hotel off Sunset Boulevard. I've been there. And all those freaks, those freakazoids, jet setters, trendoids go in the bungalows and do things that they would never want Mommy to know about. Bobby De Niro, remember Robin Williams while Belushi was getting shot up with a speedball, which consists of cocaine and heroin, by a Canadian young lady who took the rap on that. Did you know that? And she was there to shoot them all up, and they ran away. No. Instead of saying she just did what we paid her to do, and this is what Belushi wanted, he wanted more cocaine, more heroin, and he OD'd. Nope. The Canadian gal's going to take the rap. Bobby De Niro, I wasn't there. Robin Williams, I wasn't there. Of course they were there. And many others who would go in and out. And I mean, the most debaucherous, decadent activity you can imagine. It would make people in Bangkok blush. You catch the drift, Tony? Bangkok blush? Yeah. You remember Little Grasshopper there, remember, would play his flute, Kung Fu? Where did they find him in Bangkok? Hanging upside down in the closet, hermetically sealed in a bag, asphyxiated because he wanted freaky sex. David Carradine, right? Remember that? Yeah. So, which is freakier, L.A. or Bangkok? Pick your poison. So there is a prevailing theory now. I don't know if I necessarily buy into it, but I've been to most of these places that are lit up now like somebody having, what can we say, before your high school football game, your homecoming, they pile all, what was that? I wasn't really into that too much. They put all the old desks together and they lighted up firewood and all that. What do they call that? I forget that. A bonfire of the vanities, right? No. Hold on, that's different. Bonfire of the vanities. Hold on, I'm on the Cross Bronx Expressway. I make the wrong turn. I'm in the hood. Surrounded in the hood. No, not the bonfire of the vanities. Oh, bonfire, that's right. So homecoming, the bonfire, rah, boom, bah, all that. No, that's there is a prevailing theory out there amongst the holy rollers that this is all God's will against Satan and the house of Satan, which is Hollywood. Now, Hollywood has not been hit yet. Hollywood Hills, yes, which, if you go through the Melrose section, of which I've spent a lot of time there, battling drug dealers, MS-13 in the 80s. I know the Hollywood Hills well. Some of it's going up. There's about 7 fires now. And there is a case for letting Malibu burn. I don't prescribe to it. I don't agree with it, except in one case. One case, can we make an exception, Tony, Broadway Billy, and our audience? I don't want to be gleeful about this one case, but I think most of our callers would agree that we can be happy that in the one case of letting Malibu burn, Hunter Biden's house burnt right to the ground. Right to the ground. Nothing left, Hunter. And instead of the fire department having the fire marshals inspect the damage afterwards, they sent the DEA because of all the cocaine that was burnt there. And the fear that people were like going over there to just snort up the smoke. Because everybody knew that Hunter Biden had kilos of cocaine. And the good stuff, from Cali, Colombia, none of it cut. None of that baking soda in there that you put up your schnoz. The really good stuff the Hunter Biden paid for by the red Chinese stuff. Is it okay if I exult in that? Do you give me permission, Tony? Okay. What about you, Broadway Billy? Do you give me permission to be happy that he is a burden. Hunter Biden's mansion burnt down in Malibu, and that the DEA has zoned it off. It's now considered a browning field because of all the cocaine that was burnt at that point. Really, the chemicals go right into the ground there, so they're probably not going to be able to burn there once these fires stop. But before we talk about the L.A. fires that some people feel are biblical in nature and come about because L.A. is Sodom and Gomorrah, like Las Vegas, like Bangkok, Whatever happens in Bangkok stays in Bangkok. Whatever happens in L.A. stays in L.A. Whatever happens in New Orleans stays in New Orleans. Whatever happens in Las Vegas stays in Las Vegas. I would say they are probably the four most prominent sin cities in the world. So I know there are a lot of holy rollers out there listening, believe that this is biblical prophecy. This is, this is what they did. This is what they get. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Meantime, before we talk about the L.A. fires and how the mayor who is missing in action, Bass, has turned down the offer of the FDNY to come out there and help them, which I thought was a very generous offer, as other fire departments are making. Obviously, the mayor saying, well, there's no water to help us. Well, that's because of you and Gruesome Newsom, all right? And other factors that played in. But the FDNY has promised that they would send out a contingency of skilled firefighters who would know how to help the L.A. Fire Department and the L.A. County Fire Department fight these fires, along with others who are being sent in from throughout the state of California. Let's talk about the fire in the Bronx. That was a big one. You probably saw it on the news. 100-unit building in the Allerton section, not far from where I trained as a McDonald's manager, Allerton Avenue, White Plains Road. Not far away. 100-unit building went up. The whole block went up. And you saw the fire department had to bring in, the hook and ladder trucks, had to bring in the water trucks, had to bring in, a lot of fire engine, a lot of companies had to respond to put that fire out. That was a tough one. What I don't understand is that whenever the media shows up at these events, there's like an army behind whoever is the primary spokesperson at that fire. And this is true of everything nowadays. Whatever government is involved in, they have to get an army of people in the back. Nameless, anonymous faces. They could have picked them out. They could have picked them out of the street and said, we want you to just stand here. We'll throw you a few dollars. We want to look strong. We want to look like a gang ready to battle another gang. We want them to see there are a lot of us here. And I'm saying to myself, up there in the Bronx and Allerton, where the 100-unit building was burning, why the hell do you need an army behind you? Fire Commissioner, and you got to mention his name the right way or he gets totally insulted, Robert S. Tucker, who's never put out a fire in a wastebasket, never mind understanding firefighting. He got this job replacing Laura Kavanaugh, who was the worst fire commissioner, a sycophantodian lackey of Tish James. Remember? Tish, I hope I didn't offend you, make your life. Oh, my God. What the hell was that? The worst. Laura Kavanaugh. The worst. So they swapped her out, and they brought in Robert S. Tucker. Whenever you talk to Robert S. Tucker, he knows nothing about firefighting. Absolutely nothing. He bought the commissionership. It's been proven his business made multiple contributions to the reelection fund of Eric Adams. So he bought himself a commissionership. He knows nothing about fighting fires. You talk to Robert S. Tucker, he says, oh, you know who my grandfather was, Richard Tucker, the Metropolitan Opera Company tenor. He was also a cantor. Whenever a person has to talk about who they're related to or who is more famous than them within their genetic line, they're not ready for prime time. So I'm looking at this guy. He's got this big red nose. I don't know if he's a booze hound. I doubt it. Maybe drinking the Manischewitz and the Mogen David. I doubt it, though. I think it was just from the cold weather. You know how some people, all of a sudden they get a Santa Claus-style nose, like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And he's saying nothing. And they got all these guys and gals behind him, who are not participating in the press conference, but, you want to roll strong. You want to show strength in numbers. And then they have, like, the chief who was there, the deputy chief. They have those funny hats on. Maybe somebody out there can explain it. They got the firefighting hats, and then they got these, like, brass plates, these gold plates, and it says, Chief deputy chief, and they should be the ones talking. They know what's going on. They were helping to fight the fire. They were directing the men and women in and out of that inferno. Not Robert S. Tucker, the fire commissioner who knows nothing about even putting out a trash fire, nor everybody else who was behind him. They probably weren't even there during the entirety of the fire. They probably came over from Metrotech in downtown Brooklyn, where you got all the bureaucrats who never fought fires, but they act like they know what they're talking about, and they really don't. When you have a conversation with them, as I have, I always say to them, you never did fight fires, did you? You weren't a firefighter, were you? Were you an EMT? What is your attachment to the fire department? Oh, well, I'm a paper shuffler. I risk my life every day getting paper cuts because I bring all the paper together, I converge it, and then I staple it. And those are nasty wounds you can get when that staple gun inadvertently fires the staple into your finger, and you could bleed out. I said, really, that sounds like a lot of tough work at Metrotech. And it's not just the fire department of New York, which again, the snub by Mayor Bass in L.A., who was away in Ghana. What the hell is she doing there? Knowing, if you've ever been there, and those Santa Ana winds descend on the area from the mountains, it's like a furnace. I've experienced it on the California side, and I've experienced it on the Arizona side. The hot winds coming down into the Valley of Phoenix, Maricopa County. Oh, my God. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. It's a furnace. 120 degrees. The Santa Ana winds. But I really got to ask somebody out there, because I know there are some who are presently firefighters. You don't have to be with the FDNY or retirees. Why these endless press conferences where you have an army of men and women behind? It could be not just for fires, police, government, where you got to roll strong. You got to show that you got 20 or 30 people, mugging before the cameras who have nothing at all to do with the issue. They're not experts. It's not like you're going to turn around and say, hey, Phil, you're the expert on this. Could you answer the question of the reporter? It used to be you'd have 1, 2, or 3. Like at a fire, you'd have the chief and the deputy chief. And they'd have those stupid hats on with the brass plates that say deputy chief, and the other one would say assistant chief. And they do all the talking. Now it's like you got an army of people of no consequence who basically come out of central casting because all they do is stare at the camera. It's almost like they're programmed in advance. Just stare in the camera. Act like you're serious. Act like you should be here when most of them should be doing their work that they're getting paid for, not styling and profiling at a press conference. Adams does that all the time, but so does Kathy Holcomb. So does half in the back Phil Murphy. So does everybody. To see a press conference now where there's one person, you're shocked. If there's not an army behind them, you're shocked. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Let's go, if we can, to Michael calling from Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Michael.
Hey, Curtis. Pizza slice. Pizza slice.
Let's see. He did an imitation of Little Baby Carmine. That was Michael from Long Island. He held on to do that imitation. I wanted to give him a rating, but I was going to play the Carmine. Oh, my God. He's on way too much with Frank Morano, the other side.
Pizza slice. Pizza slice. Pizza slice.
Mike, you didn't have to hang up. That was pretty good. Well, what would you say, Broadway Bill? That was a pretty good imitation of Carmine. Half and half. Tony goes half and half. What is this, American Idol here? To imitate little. Hey, look at this.
Pizza slice.
Shut up! God, that kid. He's like a male Yenta. He's going to be George Costanza Jr. like his dad. Let's go to Charleston, New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Charlie.
Morning, sir. Well, you keep talking about Carmine, and it's a little bit entertaining, but maybe Mr. Morano might take offense. Now, you remember what happened with Chris Rock when he was talking about Will Smith's wife, he punched him in the mouth, and then he said, well, you got to get your wife's name out of my mouth. And, you know, God forbid, you don't want to get in trouble with him.
Well, you see, the thing that would be different with the Mama Luke Frank Morano is all of his mobster friends that he does that Mob Talk podcast, right? He'd sick them on me.
Curtis doesn't know that much.
Well, I know about little baby Carmine who wakes up every morning wanting a slice of pizza. My God, the kid is famished. He's hungry. Now you have
space. Pizza space.
Now you're a kleptomaniac at that luncheon, the Brian Kilmeade annual luncheon, taking little baby lamb chops, stuffing them in your pocket, rolling them up in the monogrammed napkin of Bobby Vance. See, that's the evidence. You go to his house, Rachel is putting out those napkins that she had to wash in Axion in order to get out all the blood stains, and it says BV on the side. Guaranteed you. They're now the placements, you know, whenever he invites his many friends over, who are just as bad as Frank Morano when it comes to these kind of things. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, it's a sad day because of congestion pricing. Frank Morano has become a kleptomaniac for food to feed that voracious appetite of little baby Carmine, who's
Pizza space. Pizza space.
And buy him a whole pizza pie, a frozen pizza pie, right? Tell him to shut up. Oh, my God. Every time I hear Frank and he puts the kid on, it's like, I'd rather hear, believe it or not, Yoko Ono. I'd rather hear Yoko Ono screaming, screeching, thinking that she could actually sing than the little baby Carmine. Let's go to Mark in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Mark.
Thank you very much. You there?
Yes, Mark. I'm here. I'm hearing you loud and clear.
The first time I met you was at McDonald's in Penn Station. The second time I met you was at McDonald's in Penn Station. Now I know your connection to McDonald's because you were trained. You used to work there?
I was a night manager of Mickey D's at East Fordham and Webster. That's where I started the Guardian Angels, February of 1979. They have now closed that store. McDonald's, the international corporation in Chicago, has claimed it's too difficult to run because of all the dope fiends, the drug dealers, the pimps, the hookers, the homeless, the emotionally disturbed. So they basically waved the white flag, padlocked at Mickey D's, that I used to manage splendidly, Mark.
I heard one time somewhere where their philosophy was build a McDonald's and they'll build cities around that place.
Yeah, well, their philosophy was build a McDonald's, and even though you don't think there's going to be a customer base, build the Golden Arches and people will come. That's no longer the case, Mark. No longer the case.
Yep. Yo, I want to thank you for waving us on in the Labor Day parade in New York City.
Yes, I bring my son, my oldest son, Anthony, every year there. I want him to see where I used to go with the original Labor Day parade, Mark, which was actually on Labor Day. My dad was a member of the National Maritime Union, and he had me march with all the men who would get shipped out to sea. And I remember, man, that place was packed. There were crowds on the sidelines. Oh, every politician wanted to be there to pay tribute to labor, including Republicans, not just Democrats. And those days are gone. As you saw, Mark, you guys march. It's like nobody on the sidelines. And the politicians, they come, they have a cup of coffee, and then they leave.
I ride with my peers at the end.
Yep, and if you notice, I'm on the sideline there with my son Anthony, talking to him. Okay, that's a clerical union. My union is SAG-AFTRA. They don't want me to march with them. You know, we don't want you marching with us. I said, look, I'm a card-carrying member of SAG-AFTRA. I come from a union household. No, you're not. You're at WABC. We don't want you with us. Okay, I'll stand on the sideline and teach my son all the other unions, construction, metal pipe fitters, you name it, from the clerical to the guys who have calluses on their hands and not the unions that have calluses on their tuchuses because all they do all day is sit and shuffle paper.
Get on the bike and ride with us at the end.
Yeah, I think next year I'll do that. I promise you I'll do that.
Come visit us on the street. I think it's like, I don't remember the street, but come visit the bikes.
Yeah. No, I definitely, Mark, I'm going to make that a point this year because I want everyone to have had the experience that I had as a kid. When the labor unions were strong, you didn't cross a picket line. Oh, no, you didn't. Or there was all hell to pay. You'd end up with a pickaxe in the back of your head. The unions respected picket lines. Now they don't respect a picket line. No, they wave. Hey, I'm a fellow brother, Teamsters Union 54689. Well, why are you crossing the picket line? Well, we're all out here for ourselves. It's not like it used to be, the solidarity. Oh, it is not like it used to be. My dad schooled me on that. He goes, look, when the ship gets tied up, when the National Maritime Union goes out, whatever the issue, the longshoremen don't cross the line, the truckers don't cross the line, nobody crosses the line. If we don't all stick together, then that's it. We lose. He was absolutely right. But I tell you, all the politicians would come and kiss the tuchus of the union members because they voted back then. Oh, they voted. Now, yeah, right. Union says vote for this person. They don't have the juice that they used to have. They used to have a lot of juice. No more. No more. And a lot of the members, when they show up for the parade, they don't dress accordingly, like with the shirts, promoting the union, the signs, all those things. Proud of your union. Nah, they show up like they just got out of a homeless shelter or they just got out of Rikers Island. You catch the drift? Kabish, kabish. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Great song. Check it out. Wang Chung. They've had the movie, right, To Live and Die in L.A. I think Tupac did a version of that. Everybody tries to do a version of To Live and Die in L.A., and now we're seeing it in the hills surrounding the heart of the city. From the Palisades, Malibu, as the houses are burning down to dust, the Santa Ana winds coming through, the looting. And I know some people are upset because I've made the case for letting Malibu burn. Not all of Malibu, just the one house that now has been incinerated down to its foundation. The house of the despicable, evil Hunter Biden. In fact, the fire marshals were there, of course. Wouldn't they be? Because it's Joe Biden's criminal son from the criminal family, the Biden criminal family. And then quickly followed by DEA agents because apparently kilos of cocaine might have burnt up too. Could create chemical toxicity in the air. I just want to know, fire marshals, how many kilos? What was the weight? And what would it have gone for in sales on the streets of L.A.? Is it wrong for me to be joyful that Hunter Biden's house burnt down in Malibu? Let's go to the phones. It's Doug in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here on WABC, Doug.
Hey, first thing I want to say, Curtis, is thank you. You are a spectacular human, and I really enjoy listening to you, and I've never called in before. And if you ever get a chance, can you give a status of the 5 families in New York? I don't know. I can't find it online or anything like that. But if you could do that, I would really appreciate it.
Oh, the 5 families of La Cosa Nostra, the Mafia.
Yes.
Well, they're all Frank Morano's friends, and he does that podcast. It's not called Mom Talk. I forget what it's called. You may want to check that link, at WABCradio.com, because if they're alive, if they're functioning as a Cosa Nostra Mafia
ongoing organization,
right, then Frank Morano knows them. They're his best buddies.
Yeah. But the reason I called in is the fires in Los Angeles are horrible, and 9,000 structures have been burnt to the ground so far. Hopefully they can get them put out. But in western North Carolina, 100,000 structures were destroyed, and nobody made any mention of it. It just was a blip on everybody's radar. And I think that's a disservice to the people of North Carolina.
You are correct, because even so many months after the devastating hurricane that tore through the hills and the mountains of North Carolina, FEMA has still not reached certain areas that were left in complete destruction, destroyed. But remember, nobody of great significance lived up there but a bunch of Trumpers, hillbillies, mountain people.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the kind of point that I wanted to get through to you, because I listen to you all the time. It's the first time I've ever called you, and I really appreciate you taking my call. But I just thought that it was such a disservice that everybody is paying attention to these fires in L.A. because the $1 million mansions are being burnt down. But the people who got destroyed, and they're still living in tents in the middle of winter, get no respect at all.
Oh, yeah. In fact, I had a situation in the Palisades. I was at war with Sean Penn, the actor at that time, who was married to Madonna. And I showed up outside of the mansion with a bunch of guardian angels, and I gave him the Hall of Shame award for that year. I give out Hall of Shame awards each year. And what it is, it's a toilet bowl cover with the flap. And then when you lift it up, the person's picture is in there, and I give it to them with a golden plunger. So they wouldn't take it at the mansion. This is when Sean Penn was living with Madonna, and they were beating each other up every day and somehow not getting arrested. I left it on the front gate. They had a huge gate. Of course, they don't want regular people coming in, regular people. And I hooked it up there, and oh, my God. It went viral. A few photographers took that picture. They lived up in that area. It went viral. You had Sean Penn's face right in the toilet bowl cover that had the flap on it, and it said Hall of Shame for that year with the golden plunger. And he really deserved it, and he earns it each and every year, Doug.
Yeah, no. And, I feel bad for the people of Los Angeles. What's going on is horrific, but it's getting way too much airplay compared to the poor people in western North Carolina.
I will tell you this. You're absolutely right. You couldn't be more cogent in terms of your comparison. But up in those hills, the freakazoids, jet setters, the stars and starlets live. It was never been built to be occupied on. It is a desert area, Southern California, with all that scrub that it's like tinder when it gets hot. It was never meant, those valleys, to have houses built in them. And they knew that. The construction companies going in, the purchasers knew that. They were told, this is a desert area. We have fires all the time. And yet they took the risk, like people who build right near the water. You know, they want to be right on the lip of the water, and then a hurricane comes through, wipes them out, and they want us to bail them out. They want us.
Yeah. You know what? And they should spend a lot more effort in cleaning out the brush, cleaning out the leaves, doing their lawn maintenance at the end of the summer, and get rid of the tinder that's underneath all the things that are dry.
But you see, Doug, aesthetically, all that brush gives a little color to the area that would normally be looking like a desert. People got to understand, L.A. is in an area that is a desert area. Now, look, we look to Israel. They've been able to convert deserts into farms, orchards, green areas. Yeah, you could do that. But it's not the way it was supposed to be. And then when you don't have water there, schmucks, putzes, and the fires are set off, the incendiary Santa Ana winds, 80, 100 mile an hour winds, like a furnace. That baby is just going to go up. And I don't care, all the firefighters in the world you have and all the equipment you have, the fires are going to cut through that area. We've never seen anything like this. Obviously, they were not prepared for this. They didn't prepare for the potentiality of this, although every prognosticator has said you're going to have fires like this because of the temperatures, because of the dryness, because it is a desert area. Well, what the hell? They're all going to go to their insurance agents. The insurance companies are going to be bankrupted because the price of these mansions is astronomical. Nobody wants to see anybody lose their house, but would I be correct, Doug, in celebrating the loss of Hunter Biden's house in Malibu?
Absolutely. That degenerate loser. Nothing bad that happens to him that I will not feel bad for.
But can you imagine, Doug, that not only did the fire marshals get dispatched there, probably by the White House, but the DEA was sent there to examine what remained because everybody knew in the neighborhood that Hunter was dealing in weight there. Kilos, not nickel and dime bags.
Right. He didn't have things that were personal. He had things that he was distributing. Absolutely. So, yeah. So they had to send in the DEA agents so they made sure that it wasn't contaminating everybody else.
Or to make sure that the remnants, the evidence disappeared, just like, remember that dime bag in the White House that, that couldn't possibly be Hunter Biden's. Well, why don't you do a DNA test on it and see the fingerprints on it? No, we just have to destroy it.
Can you do me a favor and run for mayor? Well, I really would appreciate it.
Doug, it's not a favor. It's a fait accompli. I mean, everybody talks about me as a Republican candidate. I haven't seen anyone else emerge other than Republican leaders, state leaders want to run Eric Adams as a Republican. Make my day. Make my day. Have him run in a Republican primary. I will eviscerate the guy who called us racist, called us xenophobes, when we protested him bringing in the illegal aliens and telling the world we can take care of them better than anyone else. Give us your tired, your poor, those escaping and fleeing as asylum seekers. We'll take more than our fair share. And then what? A few months later, actually a few years later, we'd say, this will destroy us. And they want him to run in as a Republican. But if there's a primary, not so quick. There will not be a coronation of Eric Adams for re-election again as a Republican over my dead body. Let's go to Eric, who apparently is calling all the way from Finland. Is this true, Eric?
Yeah, it's absolutely true. My question to you today is, when are you going to update that Baby Carmine soundbite to Baby Chop, Baby Chop?
Wow, that's good. That's good. Baby Chop, because he got the baby lamb chops from Bobby Vance that his father put in the Bobby Van cloth napkin, stuck in his pockets, and brought home to his very hungry son, little Carmine, who was saying pizza slice, pizza slice, pizza slice. That is brilliant, Eric.
You know what? It seems appropriate. And plus you get the napkins also. So when he wakes up in the morning, he can wipe his face and go to school.
Can you believe this, though? Apparently already Rachel, who had some dinner guests over the other night from where she used to live out near Suffolk County, apparently washed. They put them through the wash and dry cycle, the spin cycle. And they used those Bobby Van cloth napkins out as a placement and for a point of conversation. I'm sure they're the hit couple on Long Island now. I mean, on Staten Island nowadays. Those napkins are showing off. Right, but think about it, Eric. They were proud to have the monogram, the B and the V on the cloth napkin that they put out as a placement on the plate at the dinner table.
I love your show. I laugh so hard when I listen to this. I mean, it's 10:30 in the morning around here in Finland, but, I get a 7-hour difference, so I love listening. I hope you run for mayor, and I hope you win, because that city needs that bad.
Now, let me ask you a question. Where in Finland do you live? And you sound like an American expat who transplanted there.
Yeah, I grew up in Queens and been living here a long time, work for an IT company. And the town I live in is called Tampere, and it's about 160 kilometers north of Helsinki.
Wow.
And it's the sauna capital of Finland. It's awesome.
Now, they keep telling us the Finns are constantly worried that the Russians might try to infiltrate them right across the border, because your border is Russia. Is that an over-exaggeration on our part?
They tried it in like 39. They got their asses busted. So these people around here are used to that. The neighbor's always angry, so you always got to keep an eye out for him. Same thing as if you're running a Mickey D's in the Bronx.
Now, question, what are the Finnish people like? We know a lot about the squareheads, the Norwegians. We know a lot about the Swedes. What are the Finns like?
You mean, what do they like? They're like hockey. They're like hockey fanatics. That's all they do around here. Is they play hockey, and then they send all their best players to the NHL.
And what are they like as a people to deal with? I mean, you do business with them, you socialize with them. Give us an idea.
Okay, they're modest, and they're not really extravagant, and they're kind of stoic. So they usually they're slightly introverted, and they keep to themselves. It takes a while for you to break them down, unless you start drinking vodka, and then that breaks down real quick.
Oh, that's true of the Poles. They're very stoic. So I was the Polish Grand Marshal of the Pulaski Day Parade, and part of my responsibilities back in the year 2000 was you have to visit all the Pulaski lodges in the tri-state area where they nominate young ladies to be elected Miss Pulaski and represent their lodge in the parade. And so it was my job to go there and help the judges pick the Miss Pulaski. Now, back then I could drink because I didn't have what I eventually ended up with was colitis, ileitis, and chronic Crohn's disease. Now, if I even inhale any alcohol, I'll be on the floor. But back then, I realized, being part Polish, that they are stoic. They do not warm up to you unless, as a man, you're going to belly up to the bar and you're going to drink that vodka straight. So I'm there at the Passaic Lodge, the Pulaski Lodge in Passaic, New Jersey. I'm knocking it back like I am in a different world. They had all the women, who were candidates to be Miss Pulaski of Passaic County. And I picked a Dominican woman who was there only because she was part of the catering group that was, providing the food, the kielbasi, the pierogies, the little klatchkis, which are the little cookies they give you afterwards. And they said, Curtis, she's part of the catering crew. She's not Polish, and she's not competing. I was so blitzed and drunk from the vodka. And it was the only way that the men would warm up to me. If you don't drink with them, they're stoic. If you drink with them, all of a sudden, they're filled with personality, Eric.
Yeah, you didn't try to say that she was from South Poland? You didn't try to get her through like that?
Oh, you mean from Krakow, where the Black Madonna, the Blessed Virgin Mother Mary, is black? Because some say, well, that's the difference. Others say that the portrait was saved out of a cathedral fire in Krakow, and as a result of the flames, it tinged her picture so that she appeared to be the Black Madonna. And now you know the rest of the story. As if I were Paul Harvey here at WABC.
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
He is alive, Tupac. Right by Sunset and Vine, right? People have seen him hanging out. Some people think that Jim Morrison is still at the bungalows of the Chateau Marmont on Sunset Boulevard. And let's not forget Elvis. Right there on Hollywood Boulevard, the Walk of Fame, which has been vandalized, graffitied, and is dominated by homeless and emotionally disturbed. Yeah, L.A. has the same problem as New York City. Let me hear those.
That's the track, it's your eardrum like a slug to your chest. Like a vest for your Jimmy in the city of sex. We in that sunshine state where you never find a dance floor empty and pimp speed. On a mission for them greens. Lean, mean, money making machines, serving fiends. I've been in the game for 10 years making rap tunes. Ever since Honeys was wearing Sassoon, now it's 95 and they clock me and watch me diamond shining, looking like a Rob Liberace. It's all good from Diego to the Bay. Your city is the bomb if your city making pay. Throw up a finger if you feel the same way. Straight putting it down for California, yeah.
Yeah, that's Tupac. Tupac is alive. Dr. Dre out there, you know, now a billionaire, NWA. We think we know what the N means, and their anthem song, F the Police. Yeah, they're all millionaires many times over. Whatever happened to Eazy-E, remember? Oh, they said, nah, Eazy-E, he hanging with them Jews. Manager, you know, he liked that manager, the Jew. So Eazy-E, you ain't down with NWA no more. And remember, it was Eazy-E who went with his Jerry curls, and he had that grease like dripping from his Jerry curls. He had the bubble hat on, and he went to a Bush 41 fundraiser with all those country club white cracker Republicans who probably thought that Eazy-E was there, you know, to take away the linen and the cutlery afterwards. And then he plopped a check down. He said, oh, no, man. I'm for Bush 41, $10,000. So those wasps in the Republican Party said, nah, man, come on. That's got to be a fake check. And they ran it right to the bank. And they were able to cash it. So Eazy-E was a supporter of Bush 41 who had no idea who Eazy-E was, and that he was best known for the anthem, F the Police, NWA, and remember, as a white boy, I can't say what the N stands for, but Tony can. Oh, yeah, because his complexion is his protection.
That's right. Make it shake.
The city, a sin of decadence and debauchery. The people used to love to smoke those sherms. You know what sherms are? Angel dust. Oh, they love to get dusted up out there. And remember, they used to love to blaze away. As Snoop Dogg, who has become an iconic figure now for NBC. By the way, does that N in NBC stand for what the N in NWA? No. No, can't say that, huh? Now that Snoop is like part of NBC, and no, he could say it, but even Eminem can't say it, because when he did drop those lines one time in Detroit, his hometown, there was going to be a riot, and who came to his aid? Dr. Dre said, yo, give a break to the white boy. He didn't know the rules. We get to call ourselves the N-word. But when them white devils start calling us the N-word, man, they cross the line. But hey, Eminem, you promised right now to never use the N-word again. Oh, I promise, Dr. Dre. I promise. Leave the white boy alone, man.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa. On Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Lesbos Love, right? Katy Perry came out of a family of holy rollers, broke out this song, but said, no, I'm not a lesbian. Come on. Girl, you're probably gender fluid. How the hell could somebody sing this kind of song with such passion, with such conviction, unless you love that part of the tree of life? And it wasn't the Adam tree, it was the Eve tree. Now, why do we play the Katy Perry classic to all lesbians out there, wherever they may be, as they put their lipstick on and they smooch and kiss and say, yeah, we got it like that? Because our own Dominic Carter, who is a real enigma, he's become the Black Bob Grant of Talk Radio, 3 to 4, Monday through Fridays. And naturally at night, 12 to 1. And he is now dancing and singing and styling and profiling, proving there is one black man out there who has no rhythm and cannot sing. That's Dominic Carter. But there is another side of him that is proven to be very gender fluid. Let me be kind to him. Because from time to time he pops off and suggests that there is a side of him that, let's just say, might be very interesting if we could vicariously follow. Like what he just said on Friday. In the middle of a discussion, out of nowhere, all of a sudden, he said, maybe, just maybe, I, Dominic Carter, should have been a lesbian.
And maybe, folks, maybe I should be a lesbian, because if you see the salaries of what this fire commissioner is paying her top lesbian assistants, one is earning $400,000, another one I think is $500,000. So maybe I should be a lesbian. You know, I mean, with that type of money, I mean, I guess I don't have to have any fire experience to show up and say I'm a lesbian.
So he's talking about the fire department of the city of Los Angeles, whose fire commissioner is a avowed lesbian. But let's say that what he said is true, that everyone else, her deputy chiefs or whatever were lesbians also and making a lot of money. If you were secure in who you are, Tony, that you're a heterosexual, right? No amount of money in the world would get you to be thinking about, hey, let me be gender fluid and experience the world from a lesbian point of view. Notice Dominic makes it seem like it's the money that would lure him to the Lesbos side.
And maybe, folks, maybe I should be a lesbian, because if you see the salaries of what this fire commissioner is paying her top lesbian assistants, one is earning $400,000, another one I think is $500,000. So maybe I should be a lesbian. You know, I mean, with that type of money, I mean, I guess I don't have to have any fire experience to show up and say I'm a lesbian.
What the hell? You could be fire commissioner of the FDNY in New York, right? What do you think this? Oh, and by the way, you have to call him by his name. He gets very insulted. Broadway Bill, Lee, and Tony. You have to call him Robert S. Tucker. Don't forget the S. Now, you know that people like that, a little too tight, if you know what I mean. You'll just have to figure that one out for yourself. But Dominic, he is the black Bob Grant. Now, I'll tell you what. Bob Grant was the greatest talk radio show host ever because he could shift gears in all different ways that nobody else has or even tried to do. And about once a month, from his days at the old WMCA when they were the number one talk show station, family-owned Robert Strauss Communications, the Strauss family, he would bring a dominatrix into the studio in his afternoon broadcast. And you know who was his phone screener when he did the same thing at WABC years later? Our own Rich Radabali. So if you think I'm making this up, when you call in the afternoons to speak to Dominic Carter, Rich Radabali is either the board operator or the phone screener. He'll tell you, oh yeah, that's what the King of Talk Radio, Bob Grant, used to do. He would bring in a dominatrix. And I saw this for myself. With the whip, with the chain, with the leather, with the boots. And basically get Bob Grant to submit to her. They'd have to describe it on the radio because obviously theater of the mind. But I don't think it was Bob Grant just acting that way. I think he was into it. You know, they say very strong men really want to be submissive. That's why they'll go to a chamber, a dungeon, and seek out pleasures through S&M. Sadomasochistic, what they call play, sex play. It does not involve sex. It just involves the man, the powerful man by day, CEO of a Fortune 500 company, suddenly submitting to the will of the dominatrix, who would whip him, would humiliate him, and would make him get down on all fours and grovel. I saw that from the King of Talk Radio, Bob Grant. Oh, he was in ecstasy. It was great radio because he understood. He couldn't just experience this in the studio. He had to describe it, and he let the dominatrix just dominate the discussion as she was talking about all the things she was doing to Bob Grant at that time. Tough guy Bob Grant, right? Not when that dominatrix was there. So that was Bob's proclivity, right? But with Dominic is a number of proclivities. We now see him talking about how he might want to be a lesbian. I don't think that's beyond normal consideration when you know what Dominic has spoken about before. He said when he went to Cortland State, the whitest college in the SUNY system, way upstate, where he said he would follow the white boys from the dorm at night, and their major crime that they would commit, tipping over cows in the pasture. He couldn't understand that. I mean, they said, you want to be one of us? You're from the Bronx, you're going to have to go cow tipping with us. And he did. But he also, as he acknowledged twice, got up on the bar stand and performed as a drag queen. He admitted that. And as you know, in listening to Dominic Carter on a regular basis, he has the biggest group of T-girls listening to him. Yeah, T-girls. Like, who was that one? That was Karen, who called us at the start of the program, who was like from Jackson Heights. And she identified herself as a T-girl, she said, since 1965. And I said, I didn't even know what T-girl meant. And then Tony, who's also a is that T-girl or T-man? I'm not quite sure. Tony had to explain that she became a T-girl in 1965, which meant transgender, transvestite, cross-dresser, transformer. There's all different names. But it's generally a guy, anatomically, who acts, dresses, 3 snaps up like a woman.
Well, let's go to Diana in Manhattan. Good morning, Diana. You're on Talk Radio 77 WABC.
I'm so disappointed in you, Dominic. I mean, you know, transgender folk are as human as anyone else. And 100 years ago, if an African American had advertised a beer, white people would have said, I'm not drinking that beer. You know, the N-word, they drink that beer. But we've grown beyond that. And we have to grow beyond prejudice against sexual minorities. Don't you think?
I agree with you, but Diana, what are you disappointed in me about?
Because you seem to be happy that Bud Light has lost its status because it was advertised by a transgender influencer. I'm transgender. I mean, we're as human as you are, you know?
Right.
That was it. That was it, Broadway Billy. There's an extended conversation there. You see, you're truncating it because he gets deep. You can begin to hear how his gender fluidity moves. Whenever he has a T-girl on, and boy, he's got a whole pack of them who call. T-girls all over the map. You know how they say there's a girl in every port? There's a T-girl in every show that calls up Dominic Carter. And he caters to them. And he lets you know that he's had, well, transgender friends, transvestite, transformers, cross-dressers, homosexual friends, gender fluid friends, anatomically correct, having changed their anatomical correctness, whatever. He's familiar with all those terms. He's very familiar with that world, actually saying he used to go to gay bars with his friends. But he's not gay himself. Yeah, okay. Let's say he's gender fluid. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's extremely important to understand that this thing of ours that's so powerful has enabled Dominic Carter to actually, through theater of the mind, fantasize about all the gender, sexual types he'd like to be.
I'm supposed to say to my granddaughter, as she starts getting a little older, one more time, please.
There are some people who are assigned one gender at birth, but are, in fact, the other gender and choose to live as the other gender, and that's why these bathing suits are labeled the way they are.
And that may be acceptable to me as a grown man, but a child is supposed to understand that. Diana, you don't think that a child is going to be left confused at that?
If children can read horrifying fairy tales about witches throwing kids into ovens, I think they can accept this.
Well, touche. Notice Dominic was dumbstruck after that. I think this T-girl curried favor with him. What do you think, Tony? Yeah, I think so. I think, hey, look.
First, with Curtis, tell him to chill out a little bit with that. He's had better days.
Hey, wait, Tony.
Yes.
I've had better days. That's Curtis. That's Curtis. And then he's going to tell me, and then he also tells me, right? What you get, and I'm going to let you make your comment. With Curtis, what you get on air is what you get off air. He doesn't like when I say the truth that the man has a heart of gold. And Curtis Sliwa is the type, he talks a good game, a good tough game, but the guy has a heart of gold and he'll give you the shirt off his back. That's the type of guy he is.
And then at the end of every daytime show from 3 to 4, Monday through Fridays, I come on for the last 10 minutes, the Tunnel to Tower update. And he goes, "I love you, man." And I said, "Get the hell out of here."
I did a transgender wedding last weekend. I'm in the entertainment business, and I have to tell you, something happened at the wedding that was really crazy. I went to the bathroom. I was using the bathroom, and a woman, or at least what I thought was a woman, came in to use the urinal next to me, and I didn't realize that the bathroom was a commingled bathroom, and it totally freaked me out. And I said, "Oh my gosh, I'm sorry." And then I realized what was going on. This is the world we live in. It's so confusing. And then, I called her, I called her, and she got mad at me. So I was so confused.
Okay, so wait. Hey Nick, I feel your pain. I really feel your pain.
He really feels his pain. Let's go back to the original premise, Broadway Bill Lee from...
And maybe, folks, maybe I should be a lesbian because...
Yeah, and for the money. Now, you got to play that in its full entirety so that people can understand within the context. Now, see, just playing that, Broadway Bill Lee, would suggest that he would like to...
And maybe, folks, maybe I should be a lesbian because...
Right? That would suggest that he'd like to experiment. But no. He's juxtapositioning that it would be for the money.
Maybe, folks, maybe I should be a lesbian because if you see the salaries of what this fire commissioner is paying her top lesbian assistants, one is earning $400,000, another one I think is $500,000. So maybe I should be a lesbian. With that type of money, I guess I don't have to have any fire experience to show up and say I'm a lesbian.
Well, look, the fire commissioner of New York City, Robert S. Tucker, remember, don't ever forget the S, couldn't even put out a basket fire, waste paper basket fire. There's hope for you, Dominic Carter, in L.A. Apparently, the mayor, Karen Bass, coming back from her trip to Ghana in the middle of this emergency with no water stored away to fight fires. Apparently, she has fired the lesbian fire commissioner that Dominic is alluding to, although there's a little confusion there. She had a closed-door meeting and apparently fired her. But, Dominic can be more than happy to take her place. Dominic would love to be a lesbian if he could make $400,000 a year. You see that? He would sell.
No, I'm responding. He made a comment about me.
But you still want to keep going back to this issue. Listen. Okay, LQ. For the sake of argument, I'm going to let you respond, okay? Because you said he mentioned your name. But you keep wanting to go back to whether or not there should be a parade for gay people. We already know that would use with taxpayer dollars that you feel it should not be. I'm sick of discussing this issue, and so this is your backdoor way of going back to this issue, so go right ahead.
Right, I'm speaking in love. He made a comment that something about Black or Latino, if it was that issue, and that's not the issue. It wouldn't make no difference whether all black or not. It's a biblical reason, highly major.
Okay, so you're proving my point. No, LQ. LQ, because I'm about to cut you off. You're proving LQ. You're proving my point. This is a backdoor way to keep going back to this issue. That's what you're doing right now. I cannot discuss this. I'm going to let you finish if you just listen for a second. I cannot discuss this every night. I have to move on at some point. We respectfully disagree. Now you're going to tell me again it's biblical about gays and so on. How many times you going to say the same thing? I got it. Where you come from?
He got it, huh?
And maybe, folks, maybe I should be a lesbian.
Remember in that conversation, I want you to rerun that conversation with that. I'm not quite sure who that person was. I don't want to be wrong for the wrong kind of identification. But he said, if I go back door. Now, that has a double meaning. I want you to play that previous cut, and I'll tell you when to stop it, and we can analyze it. Because I believe Dominic Carter is a tortured person. He lives multiple personalities, like Sybil, except he's so nice at times, a diabetic could get insulin shock. And then other times, he's like off the hook. I want you to listen to this intently. Play it, Maestro, play it. Don't tell me you've gotten it. You've eliminated.
No, I'm responding. He made a comment about me.
But you still want to keep going back to this issue. Listen. Okay, LQ. For the sake of argument, I'm going to let you respond, okay? Because you said he mentioned your name. But you keep wanting to go back to whether or not there should be a parade for gay people. We already know that would use with taxpayer dollars that you feel it should not be. I'm sick of discussing this issue, and so this is your backdoor way of going back to this issue, so go right ahead.
Backdoor way. That's a subliminal message, isn't it, Tony? The question is, did the caller understand what the backdoor way meant? You see now.
But you still want to keep going back to this issue. Listen. Okay, LQ. For the sake of argument, I'm going to let you respond, okay? Because you said he mentioned your name. But you keep wanting to go back to whether or not there should be a parade for gay people. We already know that would use with taxpayer dollars that you feel it should not be. I'm sick of discussing this issue, and so this is your backdoor way of going.
Backdoor way. Notice, what does the acronym LQ stand for? What does the acronym LQ stand for? Lady Queen. LQ. Yep. Oh, man. Dominic, he opens up the Pandora's box, and then his gender fluidity just like cream that comes right to the top of the milk.
Going back to this issue, so go right ahead.
Right, I'm speaking in love. He made a comment that something about black or Latino, if it was that issue, and that's not the issue. It wouldn't make no difference whether all black or not. It's a biblical reason, highly major.
Okay, so you're proving my point. No, LQ. LQ, because I'm about to cut you off. You're proving LQ. You're proving my point. This is a backdoor way to.
There it is. LQ, Lady Queen, understood at that point that she, he, they may have been.
I'm telling you now, they call me love and dad. I'll rock 'em, roll 'em all night long. I'm a 60-minute man.
Yeah, 60-minute man. I don't know who would have been the pitcher or catcher in that scenario, at least in Dominic Carter's theater of the mind. Boy, he is gender fluid, isn't he? Everybody's talking about L.A., right? Okay, they did mention that the fire commissioner was a DEI appointee because she was a lesbian. I don't know if that's true. But Dominic took it to a whole different level. He not only talked about the fire commissioner, but like the deputy commissioners, the chiefs. Apparently, he thinks they're all lesbians and they're making a lot of bank, which is true, about $400,000, $250,000. They're making a lot of bank. And then he uses as the rooster money to say, oh, yeah, I'd be a lesbian if I got paid that much money.
Keep going back to this issue. That's what you're doing right now. I cannot discuss this. I'm going to let you finish if you just listen for a second. I cannot discuss this every night. I have to move on at some point. We respectfully disagree. Now you're going to tell me again it's biblical about gays and so on. How many times you going to say the same thing? I got it. Where you come from? And maybe, folks, maybe I should be a lesbian, because if you see the salaries of what this fire commissioner is paying her top lesbian assistants, one is earning $400,000, another one I think is $500,000. So maybe I should be a lesbian. You know, I mean, with that type of money, I mean, I guess I don't have to have any fire experience to show up and say I'm a lesbian.
Completely positive. I think this time around I am gonna do it like you never knew it. Oh, I'll make it through.
Let's face it. What's the one performer that all drag queens wanted to emulate? Diana Ross of the Supremes, right? Now, what we have to do now that we've pinned down Dominic Carter, that he did, in fact, perform as a drag queen twice at Cortland State on the bar. Did he dress up like Madonna, who he got all for toots about, which is a possibility? Or did he do what generally black drag queens do and try to emulate the diva of all divas with the anthem of the gay and lesbian, transgender, and all those other alphabet letters plus community? I'm Coming Out, the anthem by Diana Ross. Not with the Supremes. Remember, this was not the Supreme. This was just Diana Ross. And what do I have in common with Diana Ross? Her birthday is March 26th, she says, yes. No. I'm not like Dominic. I'm not gender fluid. I've never been a drag queen. I did not go to gay bars. I did not associate. Breaking
news, WABC.
No. That's Dominic Carter's turf. You see, everybody is known for one thing or another in this thing of ours business. And I think when all is said and done, as popular as Dominic Carter has become, as the new Black Bob Grant, he's probably most going to be identified because he has got a posse of groupies identified as T-girls who call him up and I wouldn't say physically embrace him, but emotionally embrace him. They try to bring him back to his roots, his gender fluid roots. Because I think they hope that at one point, Dominic will identify himself as a he, she, they. That's their goal. Our number's 1-800-848-9222.
Dominic, it is August, and yet I walk into the studio and the heat is on. Why do you have the heat on?
Do you really want an answer to that?
Yes.
Well, the honest answer is the show before me, right, locally, happens to be our colleague in New York, Curtis Lewa.
Not familiar with him.
And when I walk in, it is a complete icebox. I mean, to the degree that it's like, what is wrong with you? And I mean, like freezing.
Well, you know why he does that. It keeps you awake.
Yeah, well, I don't need that.
No, okay.
I don't need that. So I call myself balancing it out, right?
I see. Okay.
When I turn on, so I put it on dry, I think, right?
No, you put it on heat.
Well, that's how cold it was. You guys, you know, you're from the same cloth as he is in terms of you guys like it freezing.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Pat yourself on the back for choosing to listen to a winner. 77 WABC. Making common sense number one. From waking up with Sid and Friends in the morning to driving home with Katz and Cosby. 77 WABC is the number one talk radio station in New York City, according to Nielsen. Thanks for listening to your 77 WABC. This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
I have one thing to say. You better work.
Snaps up. You know, Dominic has admitted it. Went up at Cortland State. He could have been auditioning for RuPaul's Drag Race, having performed as a drag queen on 2 separate occasions. He's admitted that. He knew that some of his fellow alumni, frat brothers, would rat him out. So it's good that he came clean. But there's more to this than meets the eye.
You know, I like that. William just said Fugazi. Where does that come from? Curtis Lewa. Hey, Dominic! Fugazi, man. Come on, Dominic. Come on, Dominic. Your complexion is your protection. Come on, Dominic.
It is true. He's able to hide his gender fluidity with his groupies, as they refer to themselves as T-girls. Transgenders, transvestites, transformers. People who love to dress opposite what their gender identification is anatomically. Hey, look, whatever floats their boat, but they have someone who I think is more than just a supporter and ally in Dominic Carter. But I predict that with this new year, that he will get to a point where he asks his audience that is so large now, that is adoring, that it only almost worships him, to please refer to him as he, she, they. You know, proper gender identification. Because being gender fluid means that on any given day, at any given moment, you can be somebody other than what you were just an hour before. And that I and all of you out there must respect that. So if Dominic Carter woke up feeling like a woman, even though anatomically he was not, we would have to respect that and refer to him as such. If in the afternoon after taking a nap he came back and felt like a drag queen and was doing drag queen reading hour at the local library in Pomona, the whitest suburb in all of Rockland County, where even the lawn jockeys are white, we would have to respect that. Do you understand that, Tony? That's what gender fluidity means. And out of all the hosts and hostesses here, nobody has not even one T-girl who follows him. He's got a whole posse. I mean, he is, I think when they have their conversations, he is probably their number one most interesting talk show hosts that they love to indulge in, because they like calling and they like sparring back and forth, but they know he understands them and they understand him. There's no doubt. Oh, gosh. And it all stemmed from him claiming on Friday, out of nowhere, that because of the money, now you see, this is the ruse, ladies and gentlemen, because of the money that supposedly not only the fire commissioner makes in the city of L.A., a self-identified lesbian, but her deputy chiefs, who are also lesbians, that he would convert in a heartbeat to become a lesbian if, in fact, he can earn their type of money.
And maybe, folks, maybe I should be a lesbian, because if you see the salaries of what this fire commissioner is paying her top lesbian assistants, one is earning $400,000, another one I think is $500,000. So maybe I should be a lesbian. With that type of money, I guess I don't have to have any fire experience. Just show up and say I'm a lesbian.
Well, he does have experience applying makeup. He has done that. Yeah, I would say he's lesbian friendly. I haven't detected any angst or animus towards women who like women. No. I think Dominic again is very gender fluid.
I don't know. When I imitated Curtis yesterday, you didn't like it, but all right.
Wait. When did you imitate Curtis? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, when I was saying that Curtis says says Broadway Billy,
maybe you have the wrong show. You didn't make this comment to me yesterday.
It was part of my comment yesterday, but you brushed me off real quick.
Okay. So Larry.
But that's not what I called
wait,
about.
Larry. Why is that relevant? Why is that? Why is that? You just want to try and get under my skin. Why is that relevant at all?
It's just in passing. I want to get on to my real comment.
Okay,
that's what I really called about.
Please get to your point.
Oh, that's the infamous Larry from Brooklyn, who I think is the same Larry who's on hold here now. Is that correct, Larry?
The very same, Curtis, the very same.
Now, you're a regular listener to Dominic Carter in both his afternoon show, 3 to 4, and his evening show, 12 to 1, before the Mama Luke Frank Morano. What do you make of his gender fluidity?
Well, let me tell you something. I look at him as sort of like a feminine, like an animal type figure, like a dancing bear sort of thing, not gender fluid, but maybe species fluid, you know what I mean? I don't know. It kind of creeped me out when he was asking you for a kiss, though. That really kind of creeped me out a few times, And you didn't mention that, I noticed. You mentioned him saying, I love you, but you didn't mention the times he was asking you to give him a wet one. And that was gross. That was disgusting.
But he does that all the time, Larry, and I have to, fend him off. Because, sometimes I could see his slobbering lips ready to hermetically seal onto mine, and I'm like, no way, Dominic. I do not go that way.
Yeah, well, he probably has a few secrets that he's not disclosing. I happen to like when he's flamboyant and he sings, but I don't like when he yells at people. And he actually called me a Klansman in the last call a couple of days ago because I tried to answer a question that he raised. He raised the question of why are all the homeless black? And he kept saying it. So I said, I have two reasons for you. And before I even got into the reasons, he's jumping on me. He says, how could you say that when you're white? Who gives you the right to say? I said, I'm a caller. I'm answering your question. And I gave him two good reasons. And he said, and he called me a Klansman for giving him two objective reasons why all the homeless are black. And one of them was because Cuomo got them all addicted to marijuana and they went to pot. And the other one is because the black inpatients intimidate the psychiatrists and they're all scared and they let them go. That's the truth. They keep the white boys and they let the black ones go in the mental hospital.
Now,
what about being gender fluid? What's wrong with that?
I don't even know what gender fluid is. to be honest with you.
What you just described, that's being gender fluid.
And you're telling me, Diana, that people are Diana, with all due respect, you're telling me with a straight face that people are supposed to accept this?
Yes.
Yes. And notice Dominic Carter was crestfallen. He didn't know how to react to that. It was almost like there was a little bit of, comment c'est quoi, little tension in the air between him and his T-girl there.
What about being gender fluid? What's wrong with that?
I don't even know what gender fluid is, to be honest with you.
What you just described, that's being gender fluid.
And you're telling me, Diana, that people are Diana, with all due respect, you're telling me with a straight face that people are supposed to accept this?
Yes.
Yes. Very perfunctory, very matter of fact. And if you notice, right, Tony, Dominic was sort of like stunned for a second. Like he could tell that there was some kind of an attraction between him and that T-girl.
There are some sick puppies in the world. And why do they call me? Why call Greg Kelly? Why do they call me? Call Brian Kilmeade. Call Curtis Lewa. Curtis will entertain you all day long.
That's true.
Frank might entertain you. Why do you call me? Take your medication. Don't call me. Take your medication.
Now, it may be a little dangerous to call Greg Kelly, who's a holy roller, but sometimes he speaks of having been on that other side. You know, he doesn't speak extemporaneously about it, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he'll talk about, transgenders, drag queens, and almost seemingly having a fascination about them, Not that he would be one, not that he would want to be with them, but it's almost like a vicarious fascination with that lifestyle.
North Texas Crime Commission is not available to take your call. Please leave a message after the tone. Press the pound key to end recording.
Hello, this is Greg Kelly. I'm a concerned citizen. I live in New York, but I saw a horrible video. It's gone viral, very easy to find online. Dancing transvestites with young children. It happened in the heart of Dallas. It seemed like it was incredibly inappropriate, brutal, and probably criminal.
I'm sure somebody's breaking the law. You guys need to find this video. You can call me. My number is and I'll help you find it online. And somebody's got to do something about this. Thank you. Again, my name is Greg Kelly. You can call me at...
He called the Dallas Police Department.
Bring in the drag queens. Bring in the transvestites. Hey, I know some transvestites, actually. They're actually okay. They're adults. They are adults. I saw that movie. I was very avant-garde. There was a movie about this stuff, came out like in the 90s, called Paris is Burning. Try going to a dinner party in New York and you lay on the fact that you saw Paris is Burning and you know about it. They're like, ooh. Hey, New York, it's all good in New York, except when it comes to our kids.
He called the Dallas Police Department.
You know what we got right now? We got drag queens talking to the kids in public schools in New York City. And if you complain about it, Congressman Gerald Nadler will put it in writing that you are guilty of a hate crime. That fat freak. Yeah, him. That disgrace. These people are coming for the children. I totally believe that they're munching on dogs and killing cats. I believe it. I totally believe it. We ought to go over there and try to see what we can do to straighten it out. And if you don't think that could be happening, you haven't spent enough time in Haiti. Believe me.
Did he actually call the Dallas Police Department? Anyway, as we, Dominic Carter and Greg Kelly, they can be a little strange.
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Met her in a club down in Old Soho, where you drink champagne and it tastes like Coca-Cola, C-O-L-A Cola. She walked up to me and she asked me to dance. I asked her her name and in a dark brown voice she said Lola, L-O-L-A Lola, La-la-la-la-Lola.
A classic Lola, #1 song in the 70s. Let's go to Bobby calling from Connecticut. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Bobby.
Hey, Curtis. Appreciate talking to you. On Tuesday, my brother died. I've been in this funk. The only way I can explain it. And listening to you tonight, you really pulled me out of it. When you were teasing Dominic, and I wanted to say that I don't know how you have the memory that you have, not just for political history but world history, and I just don't know how you do it. How do you retain all the things that you do?
Well, I'll tell you, Bobby, there are certain things, and people should listen, because the biggest problem we have in our country that nobody wants to talk about are the growing number of people as they age who develop dementia and Alzheimer's.
That's what my brother died of Tuesday. They called it frontal lobal dementia.
Exactly, and it is a lot of people have that at earlier and earlier ages. How old was your brother, Bobby?
Well, he was up in age. He was 82.
Okay, that generally in the 70s it starts kicking in, but there have been people now in their 60s and 50s who start developing some of the traits. Sometimes it's dementia and then full-blown Alzheimer's. What I do is I do 2 hours of preparation for every 1 hour that I'm on the air, and I write everything down.
Yeah.
When you write things down, you generally will have better memory recall. It's not a guarantee. My father had a tremendous memory, so I obviously inherited that through his genes, his DNA. But any of us, no matter who we are and where we're from, we don't quite understand dementia and Alzheimer's. We've seen people overnight forget everything. And then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, they're in a long-term nursing home care unit, and they get wheeled out every day and wheeled back, and they can't function. And a year ago, you were having a regular conversation with them. I am dedicating myself to trying to figure this out. I know, look, very bright men and women all over the world are trying to figure this out because it's affecting so many people, but Bobby, you lost your brother that you dearly loved to this disease that is taking so many at younger and younger ages, and we don't seem to have a grip on it. I mean, how long was he in that condition, Bobby?
I'd say this was the 6th year. He was he had a aneurysm, and they had him in a nursing home in Stratford, Connecticut, and he was doing pretty good, but it was starting to show then, and then he was getting like anger, so they had to put him in another home. He was been in that one for like 2 years.
Now notice, President Joe Biden had 2 aneurysms within 2 years of one another, Notice how angry he would get at times, sort of like spontaneous. Same thing. We know that President Biden had a certain level of dementia, Alzheimer's, whatever you want to call it. But when we see it in the president, Ronald Reagan had it. Joe Biden had it. Others have it. We've seen in the Dianne Feinstein had it the most severe, the U.S. Senator in San Francisco. When she was from California, when she was the mayor of San Francisco, she invited me into her office. She ripped me a new backside, screamed at me, said, "You're not organizing the Guardian Angels in San Francisco. You'll be hanging bodies on Polk Street like Posse Comitatus vigilantes." And I said, not for nothing, Diane, it was the gay community who invited us on Polk Street to begin patrols because of attacks on gays. She didn't miss a beat. Out of my city. I won't ever see you here. I'll see you back in New York before I ever see you here. Well, guess what? We started right there at the Tenderloin, the lower Tenderloin, the Mission, and we're still there.
New York, 2023. As a smoky smog previously encompasses the city with panic, the mayor of the city hears noises from above.
God spoke to my heart.
Is it the noise of an extraterrestrial being? No. He claims it's the word of God. This mayor's name is Eric Adams, and under his reign he receives a holy message from the Twilight Zone.
God spoke to my heart and said, "You are going to be the mayor January 1st, 2022. God took the most perfectly imperfect person and brought him to a level of being the most powerful mayor in the city of New York.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Curtis Sliwa, you know he's going to mention Mayor Adams. You know it. Okay, so if he's in the room, that's what Curtis is going to do sooner or later.
You're unromantic. I wish you'd bring some of your love home to me. But my girl wants to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time. My girl wants to party all the time, party all the time. My girl wants to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time.
And he was partying till the break of dawn. Eric Adams can't stop himself from breaking the midnight hour till the break of dawn. Let me give you the update. There was such hope. There was such expectations that came from his State of the City address on the stage of the venerable Apollo Theater. As you know, Broadway Bruce Lee, you have been subject to this. The Sandman was off in the corner with the hook, ready to put the hook to him the moment he talked about taking care of illegal aliens, but he didn't. He said those days are over. I'm getting rid of them. I'm going to finally take care of our peeps, our homeless, our emotionally disturbed. I'm going to finally, after 3 years of being the Biden of Brooklyn, I'm going to take care of our peeps. And even yes, I must admit I had some high hopes that Eric Adams, in his fourth and last year as mayor before he goes to jail for political corruption, might actually have turned over a new leaf. And then what happened? He went to Corona, not on the number 7 train, as I always do. Okay, look, he's got his SUV, 4 or 5 of them. One of them carries his wardrobe. He's got one SUV, $85,000 tricked out GMC that we paid for. That all they do in there, they have a cop assigned and a security detail. One cop who drives, one security detail person next to him. They just drive around his wardrobe. It's like a moving dry cleaning store. He has different racks in there for the shoes, the socks, the accoutrements, the jackets, the suits, the pants, the whole 9 yards. And so he went to Corona earlier on Friday, and a guy who I respect greatly there, the community activist, his name is Ramses Frias. He's part Dominican, he's part Haitian. He's done the great films of Corona that have been posted on the Fox News channel. And we are supporting him and running him as the Republican candidate to become the next city council person there. He was telling me, we had such high hopes that the mayor was coming on Friday. And he said, you know where he went? I said, well, it said on his schedule that he was going to take a walking tour of Corona. So Ramses Frias tells me that Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, decided to stop in a nail salon and get his eyebrows threaded. And I said, no, come on, Ramses, you didn't really mean that. You mean he did it afterwards, out of sight, out of mind? No, he did it right at the start of his so-called walking tour. He goes into a nail salon. He sits in the chair, in which they pushed him back so they could focus on his eyebrows. And they did a procedure that they call threading the eyebrows. And the metrosexual that he is, just like our own Sid Rosenberg, they love themselves. I mean, come on, let's face it. If they could have sex with themselves, they would. They're true metrosexuals. I think that's why they got along so well initially, until they had their falling out, because I think Sid Rosenberg recognized that Eric Adams, although he had the same traits as Sid Rosenberg, they were metrosexuals. You would compare notes, biceps, triceps, clothing, accoutrements. They were birds of the feather. They flocked together. But Sid just couldn't take the nonsense anymore that there was no follow-up on anything that Eric Adams would say, which has been his history. He's the swagger man with no plan. He's got only one plan right now. And, Tony, that is to get a pardon from President Donald Trump, because the big news on Friday was the Turkish guy who got the money from Erdogan in Turkey, who hates Jews, hates Israel, but doesn't matter to Eric Adams. If you give him money, foreign money, he took it. He took all money when he was running against me. This happened actually when he was running against me, and before that, the Democratic primary. He took money from Erdogan. It was then sent to this guy who now has pled guilty in the U.S. Federal Court, Southern District, to money laundering and straw donors. And he is going to be testifying against Eric Adams in April. He's dead. He's dead. It's foreign money. This guy admits taking the money from Erdogan, laundering the money, putting out straw donors. That means creating the image that some of his workers at his plant in Brooklyn were making donations to Eric Adams, where if they were from New York City, if they were residents of New York City, you get an 8-to-1 match. An incredible amount of money that you, the taxpayers, fork over because the city council passed this. And it's all bogus. These people were not from New York. In fact, they didn't even know they were donating to Eric Adams. When they were contacted later on, they said, who is Eric Adams? Well, he's the guy who's now the mayor. He was running for mayor when you made your contribution. He goes, I didn't make any contribution. So the guy who owned the factory there in Brooklyn has admitted guilt, that he created the straw donor scheme and that Eric Adams was aware of it because he had had a dinner with Eric Adams when he explained to Eric Adams what he would do. And so now this guy is going to testify against Eric Adams in court along with others. And there is a superseding indictment that will be dropped any moment that will accuse Mayor Eric Adams of witness tampering, which is true. Either by himself, I doubt it, or through one of his flunkies, trying to put the arm on somebody who was a cooperating witness to get them to change their testimony. Look, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo King Cuomo II, the son of Mario Faccia Bruta Cuomo King Cuomo I, is being charged exactly the same way by the House committee that interviewed him and cross-examined him about how is it that 15,000 elderly people died under his care through his executive order at the start of the lockdown and pandemic of March of 2020. Those claims have been sent up to the DOJ. And when Trump gets in, his Attorney General Pam Bondi, who I think will get confirmed, I don't think she'll have a problem by the Senate, that will be one of the first things she looks at, a potential prosecution of Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo for perjury before the House of Representatives and for tampering with a witness. Notice, birds of a feather flock together, both Eric Adams and Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo facing witness tampering charges, which is serious. You go to jail for that. That's what generally organized crime does. That's what Sammy the Bull Gravano did for many years for John Gotti Sr., head of the Gambino crime family. Not only did Sammy the Bull Gravano, who was his underboss, fix juries that found Gotti Sr. not at fault. Everybody thought it was Bruce Cutler's magnificent lawyering, looking like a trim Benito Mussolini in a $5,000 suit in court. And it had nothing to do with Bruce Cutler. It's that Sammy the Bull Gravano fixed the juries and, more importantly, was guilty of witness tampering on behalf of the boss. These are the same methods of organized crime. So all of that is going to be coming to the forefront. But in the meantime, Eric Adams is acting as if his stuff don't stink. Once again, he was telling people both in Harlem, at the Apollo Theater, and in Corona, as he was getting his eyebrows threaded. You can actually go to my social networking and look at the comments. People are like, is he kidding? He takes people on a tour of Corona to see some of the problems and how the police remedied other problems. And the first thing he does is sit in a chair, a reclining chair, and gets his eyebrows threaded. And it's a news conference. Is that the craziest thing at all? What's next? A pedi? A manicure? You know, a complete body rub? I mean, come on, Eric. But remember, have no fear, because we're not surviving. We're thriving.
The city is not surviving. The city is thriving.
So, on the stage of the Apollo, his theme was, thank God it wasn't Crime is Down, because people would laugh him off the stage, that New York City, out of all the cities in the United States, is the best for familia, is the best for families. I think you would be hard-pressed to make that case. That is one of the main reasons that people are fleeing in fright, because they say our family is not safe. We're out of here.
Today, I want to talk about how we can make New York City the best place to raise a family.
Well, it ain't that way now. And you only got a year left in office before you get sent to jail for political corruption. So you got your work cut out for you. Sitting down there in a nail salon, getting your eyebrows threaded ain't going to get you to that situation. Then, of course, because he is trying to unload all these illegal aliens that he invited in at great expense to us, he's saying now to all of us after 3 years, we can't walk past the homeless.
We can't just walk past them and act like they can take care of themselves when they can't.
After 3 years, you came to that conclusion? Oh, that's right, because you had eyes only for the illegal aliens. $5 billion a year, all of those no-bid contracts, which led to kickbacks for your cronies. But now all of a sudden, we can't walk past the homeless. And then he said, as part of his many promises that he'll never be able to deliver in the 1 year left he has as mayor before he goes to jail for political corruption, he's going to create new housing for the emotionally disturbed persons.
We know that too many New Yorkers cycle between the hospital and homelessness. So we're going to build a new housing facility just for unsheltered New Yorkers with serious mental illness.
This guy doesn't even know he already has those shelters. They're called MICA shelters. They're in the Bronx, they're in Queens, they're in Brooklyn. They are specifically called a MICA shelter. Those are for the emotionally disturbed. They come in, they have a curfew, there are rules and regulations inside, no drugs, no booze, they have to get therapy, they have to take their pharmaceutical drugs that they have been prescribed by their psychiatrist. They're called, Eric Adams, a MICA shelter. We already fund them to the tune of millions of dollars. And you don't even know we already have them. How do I know? Because I've been in most of the shelters. You know, you do a check in with the director, talk with the security. Most of them are private security. Some are the Department of Homeless Services security. You get to know the clients, both outside, inside. That's what they refer to them as. And the MICA shelters are the most dangerous of all the shelters. There are family shelters. There are shelters for women only. There are shelters for men only. There is a shelter for clients and their pets when their pets are also homeless with their provider. And then, of course, there are many MICA shelters for the emotionally disturbed. Apparently, Eric Adams, nobody bothered to inform him at City Hall, Mr. Mayor, we're already funding MICA shelters for the emotionally disturbed, hundreds of millions of dollars. But that's just details. Then, at the Apollo Theater, he was asked afterwards, will he be going to President Donald Trump's inauguration January 20th?
Are you going to be in Washington, D.C. for the week of the inauguration?
Could I hear that one more time, please, Bill?
Are you going to be in Washington, D.C. for the week of the inauguration?
Now, that's a good question. And it got an answer from Eric Adams, and see if you can figure out if he really answered the question.
January 19th is Dr. King's, the acknowledgement of Dr. King's birthday. I have a few incidents, so we're still managing my schedule. My team is deciding where I'm going to be. And once we know, we always make my schedule public. So once I know what I'm doing, once I know what I'm doing that weekend, we're going to release the schedule.
Now, let me get this straight, Broadway Billy and Tony and our audience. On January 20th, there are two events. The main event, you know, let's call it the main ticket, is to go to the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States, second time around for Donald Trump. That'll take place at 2:00. But there is a undercard going on, and that is the counter-protesters, who, if you remember, were out in force when Trump was elected the first time in 2013, unexpectedly. He beat Hillary Rodham Clinton, who remained in a fetal position at the podium of the Jacob Javits Convention Center, where she was expected to give her welcoming remarks and accept the victory of the popular vote of the American people and the Electoral College vote. That did not happen, the Electoral College vote, and she couldn't accept that for about 4 weeks. She was in a fetal position. They didn't even bother to move her from the tarmac there at the Jacob Javits Convention Center. So when Donald Trump was first sworn in, not only was he battling with the media about the fact that he had more of a crowd than Barack Obama in his first inauguration. That was not true at all. It wasn't even close. But that there was women who were leading a march against Trump, including Madonna, who, if you remember, basically said that she fantasized that somebody would blow up the White House. And it was a huge, huge rally. Well, this time around, it's not just estrogen. It's being led by testosterone in the name of Al Slim Shady Sharpton. Now, this is the dilemma that Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, has. This past week, Al Slim Shady Sharpton has warned Eric Adams publicly, if he accepts a pardon for his sins, for his crimes from Donald Trump, then Al Slim Shady Sharpton is saying bye-bye, bye-bye. He's going to hook on to another Democratic candidate for mayor. Could be Cuomo, could be any of the other liberal progressive socialists. But it will definitely be bye-bye Eric Adams. If Eric Adams goes to the inauguration January 20th, which is the plan, to have him possibly go to Mar-a-Lago during the week, kiss the ring, seal the deal that he will now be answerable to the president, that he will be MAGA-liked. In fact, he is going to wear a hat that is not red, but says, "Make New York City great again," in deference to the MAGA movement and to Trump. He's going to make New York City great again. If he is at the podium when Donald Trump is being sworn in, which is the plan, then that is a slap in the face to Al Slim Shady Sharpton, former friend of Donald Trump. Remember when they used to run the boardwalk in Atlantic City, the three amigos, right? There was Don King, isn't it great to be an American, who has dementia and Alzheimer's down in Florida. Al Slim Shady Sharpton and Donald Trump, who owned those casinos and hotels in Atlantic City, they were three peas in a pod. They taught one another how not to pay taxes and how to stiff vendors. And they supported one another every time one of them was dragged into court. In the front pew, if it was Trump, it would be Sharpton and Don King. If it was Don King, it would be Sharpton and Trump. If it was Al Slim Shady Sharpton, which it was twice, it would be Don King, isn't it great to be an American, and Donald Trump. They were inseparable. They were the three amigos. Now they're enemies, but really, are they enemies, Broadway Billy and Tony? We saw President Donald Trump with President Barack Obama at that high service for Jimmy Carter in the cathedral in Washington, laughing it up, high-fiving like, hey, we got over on these suckers. Okay, Donald, you're in charge. You're top dog. You're Vito Corleone. I'm Barzini. I'm number two. And it switches. But who's the head of the Republican Party? Donald Trump. Who's the head of the Democratic Party? Barack Obama. Who's the only person who might have a chance to beat Donald Trump if an election were tomorrow? Barack Obama. And they're laughing it up. They're having a good old time. They're swapping stories. It's sort of like, come on, people, we got played. We got played. You don't want to believe it. Oh, no, not my team. Yeah, no, I'm not on anybody's team. I know what I see. And I know what I feel. And I know we've been played by both sides. Because all of a sudden, peace, love, and happiness, Barack Obama and Donald Trump, who claimed the reason he ran for the presidency was he was at the Washington Annual Correspondents' Dinner. Then President Barack Obama was making fun of Citizen Trump. He swore upon leaving that he would run for president. Then remember, he began the campaign as Citizen Trump. Barack Hussein Obama is not a citizen. Where is his birth certificate? He was probably born in Kenya or Indonesia, in a madras. Remember that? Then all of a sudden, in this prior campaign, this campaign now, Barack Obama was saying this guy's going to be a future Adolf Hitler. And remember, what is it? See if you can find that when the candidate, Donald Trump, basically said to Barack Obama, you can kiss my ass. So all of this, right, we're supposed to believe they hate one another. They'll never be together. They're absolutely at odds. Trump had everyone believing that Barack Obama evil, radical communist. He's a communist. And then, of course, Barack Obama, oh, Donald Trump, you know, if he ain't Hitler now, he's a future Hitler. And then all of a sudden they're embracing, they might as well have been swapping spit. And as a viewer of that, because the cameras were trained on them, they could have sat apart. The seating was arranged long in advance. Michelle was not there. She wasn't going to partake in this. You know that. And Barack had no problems loving Donald Trump, and Donald Trump had no problems loving Barack because they basically signaled to the nation, I'm in charge for the next 4 years. I'm Donald Trump, leader of the Republican Party. He was in charge, Barack Obama, during the Biden administration. He's the number 2 fiddle. He's Barzini, and I'm Vito Corleone. That's really what they were saying. And having a good old time and laughing at all of us because you people actually buy into all this nonsense that they're like 2 scorpions in a brandy glass. When it's not that way at all. It's not that way at all.
Kiss Barack Obama's ass.
One more time, please.
Kiss Barack Obama's ass.
So, I'm to believe that these 2 guys hated one another? Bush 43 wouldn't shake President Donald Trump's hand. That was obvious. Pence, even the former vice president, shook Donald Trump's hand when Donald Trump and Barack Obama were laughing and hee-hawing and making noise right in the middle of the service. It didn't stop. Who looked over her shoulder? Vice President Harris with disdain, like you do in a movie theater when the movie is on and, you know, you don't say anything to the person behind you making all the noise, the 2 people, but you look at them like if looks could kill, they'd be dead.
There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
It's all a game. It's all about power. It's all about one side wins, they swap it out for the next side, but they still have a friendship because they are the elite. Barack Obama is the elite leader of the Democratic Party. Donald Trump is the elite leader of the Republican Party, and they understand that they may have to swap out with one another, whether they happen to be in office or they're surrogates. You saw it play out before you. Oh, but no. Sorry. Those 2 guys never, ever would be laughing and hugging and backslapping and slapping on the knee. Barack Obama telling one joke, Trump another joke, and then saying, according to those reading the lips, we really need to have a conversation away from here. I wouldn't doubt they're having an hour conversation on a protected line so nobody can hear it, having a good old time. Basically making fun of all of us like, yeah, we bought their line lock, stock, and barrel, right?
He's a jackass.
Exactly. Suckers, that's really what they would say. Y'all suckers. And some of you, no, Trump would never do that. He did it right in front of you. Remember, this is the guy who said if I went out of Fifth Avenue and I shot somebody in the head outside of Trump Tower, with all my MAGA people there, they would say we didn't see nothing. He knows you drink the Kool-Aid. You're going to do whatever he says. Barack Obama knows that Democrats are going to do whatever he says. He's the prince of the Democratic Party. As I said, the only living person now in America who, if an election were tomorrow for president, might have a chance to beat Donald Trump. Might.
You don't have to have 8 women around you twerking.
See what I mean? They're taking shots at one another. And you know what they're saying to one another? Hey, it's all a game. It's all a game. And we are the Dunkin' Yo-Yos. You ever, when you were a kid, you played the Dunkin' Yo-Yo? You remember you used to watch, what was that on Channel 5? I'm trying to remember. Sunny. It'll come to me. Not Sonny Carson, Sunny. In which the guy would come out with the Dunkin' Yo-Yo and teach you how to walk the dog and then put the Dunkin' Yo-Yo to sleep. That's what they do, the politicians. They put us to sleep. We buy all their propaganda. We believe they viscerally hate one another. They're at war. He's a fascist. No, he's a communist. And then, suckers.
He, in fact, inherited the longest streak of job growth in American history. But just like everything else he inherited, he screwed it up.
See? This is politics. This is all about power. We're in now. We'll put our beak in the trough. We'll get our payday. Who knows? Maybe next year, Barack, you'll have your surrogate in there because you can't run another 4 years.
These days, the House Republicans actually give John Boehner a harder time than they give me. Which means orange really is the new black.
It's all bullshit, ladies and gentlemen, and you buy it all. That's the unfortunate thing. You can't sort of separate yourself from the drama. This is theater. And there are no two better actors than Barack Obama and Donald Trump. And before that, Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton. Everyone else as president sucked because they were bad actors. They were horrible. Those four were the best. Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Donald Trump.
I'm really rich.
Yeah, we know that. And you'll be richer.
Rocket Man.
I know. Yeah, I know. You're going to be meeting with the evil seed of Kim Jong mentally ill. That was good.
These people are sick.
Yeah, well, that's what you always said about the Democrats. And yet, man, you couldn't wait to swap stories.
You are fake news.
With the head of the Democratic Party, the prince of the Democrats, Barack Hussein Obama.
This is another side of midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Out there in the compound in Southampton right now, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, King Cuomo II, the son of Mario Faccia Bruta Cuomo, King Cuomo I, is listening intently as he does every time I take to the airwaves, except because he is out in the Hamptons, he listens to our affiliate out there, our FM affiliate. FM standing for freaking morons, feeble-minded, fornicating madly, free marijuana, and of course, Frank Morano. WLIR. He sits and he stews and he steams and he curses. And his brother Fredo, Chris Cuomo, tries to patronize him and placate him. And the anger of Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, his anger management, which is lacking, explodes. And it takes his wartime consigliere, Joe Picoco, to come in and be like a form of liquid Prozac on Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo and to calm him down. You see, because Joe Picoco has cred. He just did a 6-year bid in federal prison on a charge of political corruption on behalf of the Cuomos and Cuomosexuals, supporters of Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. The Joe Picoco, born and raised, believe it or not, in Rockland County, in a bucolic little suburb, but went to Wagner College high on the hill in Staten Island. And it was there that he met Mario Faccia Bruta Cuomo, King Cuomo I. And apparently it was Mario who saw something in Joe Picoco and said, "We need a wartime consigliere, son, Andrew. You're my campaign manager, but we need a wartime consigliere. We've got to mold this guy, Joe Picoco." Not only did he mold him, he spent more time, Mario did, with Joe Percoco than he did both Andrew and Fredo, Chris Cuomo combined. In fact, Andrew commented on that at the eulogy that he gave for the passing of Mario Faccia Brutta Cuomo into the hereafter. He said, Joe Percoco was closer to Mario. He never said my father, my pops, my daddy. Oh, my God. If I ever called my father Chester, he'd hit me so hard my mother, Francesca, would feel the vibrations. But anyway, he actually eulogized Mario, as he called him, and said that Joe Percoco was closer to Mario Faccia Brutta Cuomo than either Fredo, Chris Cuomo, or himself. And he's right. Hey, boy, this is how he operated, Tony. You need to understand the Cuomo philosophy. They taken right from the pages of the Kennedy philosophy. Because remember, who did he marry? A Kennedy. Didn't work out. But for a while there, he thought the Cuomos and the Kennedys, they would combine organized crime families. The crime family of the Kennedys, remember, bootleggers, and the crime family of the Cuomos. But he learned a lot. He learned there were three things that the Kennedys did to establish power in Massachusetts and then the country. A, try to sit down with your adversaries and convince them that they're wrong. If that fails, have a sit down and do the good old-fashioned American thing. Bribe them. Make them a deal that they cannot say no to. But in the advent that some actually have morals, morality, principles, and walk away, that's when you send your wartime consigliere, Joe Percoco. He has 6 aluminum bats in the trunk of his muscle car, a Pontiac GTO, because if you roll with Andrew Cuomo and Chris Cuomo, you gotta have the old gas-guzzling muscle cars. So, Joe Percoco might show up outside of your house or your apartment, and he'll make a call, and he'll say, Charlie, I need you to come on down. We need to do a talk and walk. Tony, you know what a talk and walk is? Yeah, in the mob, they don't want to be indoors because they know, hey, there could be all kind of bugs. We'll go out into a park. Let's say Alley Pond Park, not far from Creedmoor. And you walk around with Joe Percoco, and Joe says, either you convert to our point of view, or by the time we get back to the parking lot, I'm going to have to kneecap you. I don't want to do it, Charlie. It's going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. But when I open up the trunk of that car, I'm going to hit your knees so hard they're going to be like the slot machines in Atlantic City. Kabish! Kabish! And that is how the Cuomos operated, and they learned that by the marriage of the two crime families, the Cuomo crime family into the Kennedy crime family, because that's how the Kennedys operated for years. And now Cuomo is on the precipice of thinking that I destroyed the state of New York. I fled Albany. Like Benedict Arnold fled West Point from George Washington to join the Brits. Remember, he went up to Quebec City. Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo fled Albany because they were going to impeach him, his own fellow Democrats. And that would have meant he could never run for political office again, not even for dog catching. And there was the thought that the very woman that he developed politically, attached himself like a barnacle to when she was running in a very heated primary, Democratic primary for Attorney General, Tish James would indict him. So he had to get out of town and get to the Southampton. Now, he's back on the attack. But he wants everyone to know that he really loves Eric Adams. He's a friend of Eric Adams. That he wishes him no malice. That he wants us all to support Eric Adams. Even though it's January and the Ides of March is coming up pretty quick. Listen to what Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo said about supporting Eric Adams, himself and everyone else.
I support the mayor. and he's a friend, and I'm trying to help him every way I can. And we should all support him, because if he doesn't do well, we don't do well, Cindy.
That sounded nice, right? Nobody believed it. I need my Godfather music underneath because this is Godfather-esque. You know, yeah, I support you. Yeah, sure you do. The Ides of March will soon be coming up. I think that's March 19th, remember? Hey, tu Brutus! Cassius and Brutus, remember the long knives, killing Caesar over and over. And that's the intent, to take out Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan before he goes on trial in April. And so now what did Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo do? He said that he was hiring Charlie King. Now you say, who's Charlie King? You rent Charlie King as a statewide African-American leader when you need him to fix things for you. And right now, because there is a wedge between Eric Adams and his very dear Kumbada Cheech, Al Slim Shady Sharpton at the National Action Hate Network, Cuomo figures if I get a picture of me and Sharpton in the window of Sylvia's in Harlem, it doesn't mean that Al Slim Shady Sharpton is supporting me, but that maybe he'll just be Switzerland in this run because he's upset with Eric Adams willing to accept a pardon from Donald Trump and become a MAGA man. And he hired Charlie King, and Charlie King's role is to get that photo of Cuomo and Sharpton. And remember, Sharpton doesn't do nothing unless he gets paid. Nothing. He's Mr. Pay for Play. Remember, he interviewed Vice President Harris for the presidential run for MSNBC, Comcast, right? He charged him $250,000 up front, $250,000 afterwards, and this was from a friend. And they let him keep his job. Why? Because his complexion is his protection. And the reason that Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo has brought on Charlie King is Charlie King was the executive director of the National Action Network from 2007 to 2009. He knows how Sharpton rolls. $200,000 in an envelope will be delivered to Al Slim Shady Sharpton, no questions asked, to have lunch with Cuomo at Sylvia's. One photo op. Al, you don't have to say that you support the governor, but just by sitting there with him, Eric Adams will feel the shockwaves. Hey, Al Slim Shady Sharpton does nothing without getting paid. And Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo is sitting on $5 million of money he got to write a book that nobody read in the middle of the lockdown and pandemic that his own staff wrote. He's got a lot of moolah shmoolah and scarol to spread around, and they hate me because I know the truth after doing the deep dive. I reveal it to you on the most powerful radio station, and now they say, how are we going to deny this? Because everybody knows how Al Slim Shady Sharpton rolls.
First, assessing Cuomo, I think everyone that serves, you have good days, you have bad days, you have good decisions, you have smart decisions. That's no different from the former governor, and that's no different than for me anyway. Anyone that tells you they batted 400 while they were in office is just, they're just lying. And so I don't even recall, I know I probably was 399 and he was not as high as mine. I had to Aaron Judge's by some of my records, so, I don't have, I think he had, like I said, he had some good days, he had bad days. That's just the reality of it.
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see.
Bohemian Rhapsody, favorite of my wife Nancy, Queen. And if you listen to the words, basically saying avoid the lies. So between now and when I return at 12 midnight, take you to the break of dawn, back to back, belly to belly, I'll be able to critique for you how many politicians and bureaucrats, Republican and Democrat, lied to us within a period of, what, less than 24 hours. You know they're going to be a lot. And I'll dissect it and bisect it because I'm not on anybody's team. You know, everybody here, everyone, hey, it's our team. We got to defend them right or wrong. No, I don't do that. And I'll be joined by Nancy to give us an update on what's happening with all the animals out there, especially in this Arctic freeze. So you really don't want to miss it, do you? As I let you know all the lies that you want to ignore. But then I'm going to present it in a way that you just can't ignore them anymore. Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. An incredible day ahead. Well, how many weeks since December 22nd? It is now January 11th. We're approaching 1 month. You remember what happened on the platform of Coney Island, Stillwell Avenue at 7:30 that Sunday morning. A monster that Eric Adams fed and clothed and housed in his shelter in East New York called Samaritan Village. I thought they're just supposed to be taking care of people with drug and alcohol problems, but apparently they had a side hustle with migrants. And how did he repay us, the sucker taxpayers? By torching a woman named Debbie. Say her name. Many of you don't even know her full name. How come there's been no memorial, no commemoration? Think of that. We all remember the image of her burning like a torch. How he fanned the flames, this monster, then sat down on that bench and watched his pyromaniac work, torture this woman as she screamed in pain. Police who walked by and did nothing, didn't even bother to look into the car. Citizens who only filmed it but would not grab her and toss her on the ground and roll her and try to put out the flames, which we were all taught to do in public school at some point or another. And citizens who were affected, I call it the Daniel Penny effect, wouldn't even identify the monster who did it when the police finally did come and say, that's the guy who did it. No. So I'm going to have to recap because clearly nobody else is talking about this. Remember, say her name. Remember when Marjorie Taylor Greene from the well of the House and Senate combined with the Supreme Court and the Pentagon. Remember when Joe Biden was giving his State of the Union address, screamed up to it, say her name. I guess I'm going to have to be the same way with all of you and all of our leaders and who would love that image to go away. Why? Because it's a perception, Broadway Billy. It's a perception of crime. We don't want you to think about Debbie or the man who was tossed in front of the train, because that defeats the narrative that it's all just a perception. In less than 24 hours, why has there been no commemoration? No eulogy? Because we hope it just goes away. I'll make sure it doesn't.
Our battle is in the subway system is fighting the perception of fear.